morning, everyone. I'm just going to kindly request you to take your seats, please. Good morning. My name is Gershwell Brooks. I'm the Communications Coordinator with the South African Human Rights Commission, and I will be your Program Director for today. And I will try to make sure that we stick to the time allocated for the various presentations and the various events that's happening. Of course, you are at the Fourth Industrial Revolution and Human Rights Challenges and Opportunities for National Human Rights Institutions, which is brought to you by the South African Human Rights Commission with the assistance of the Human Sciences Research Council. So this is a two-day conference commencing today at this moment, starting today, ending, of course, tomorrow. And the program will really look at the marriage between something that is already existing within society as we speak, what we refer to commonly as a Fourth Industrial Revolution, and ultimately what impact it has on human society and in turn human rights as well. But of course, to do a much better job at welcoming you here this morning, I'm going to introduce you in a couple of seconds to Commissioner Angie Makwetla, who is a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. But I'd just like to point out one or two things for you. Of course, in case you wanted to know, if you need a bathroom, there are unisex bathrooms just immediately outside the venue. So if you exit through the door on your right, you will find those particular bathrooms. Second to that, we are obviously dependent on technology. We are talking about the Fourth Industrial Revolution after all, but I will ask everyone to just put their phones on silent so that we don't disrupt the program too much. And I'm pretty sure that for those of you that require Wi-Fi access to check emails and to do bits of work while in session, that will be provided pretty soon. But as I said, to give us our proper welcoming this morning, I'd like to introduce you to Commissioner Angie Makwetla, who's a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning. Let me start off by acknowledging our partners from the Human Sciences Research Council. I acknowledge our CEO. I saw the COO is also here. Commissioner Sibanyoni, a colleague from the Human Rights Commission. And I saw some young men and one young woman from the provinces, our provincial managers. They know how much I love them because that's where the real work happens. So welcome to you all. We live in very interesting times where technology contributes immensely and influences our daily lives. The Fourth Industrial Revolution presents great opportunities for humanity, for human rights, and fundamental freedoms. However, the challenge is how to ensure that these technological advances will be used and regulated in such a way that human rights and fundamental freedoms are respected, and that the future of humanity, including democratic governance, are not threatened. In order to equip the South African Human Rights Commission to play a meaningful role in responding to the human rights challenges that are associated with the Fourth Industrial Revolution and also exploit its benefits in advancing human rights, the Commission decided to host this workshop with relevant role players and stakeholders in the 4IR environment. And so we welcome you most heartily. Another objective of the workshop is to equip and empower the Commission to develop strategies, policies, programs, and activities that will be geared towards ensuring a culture of human rights even in the age of industrial revolution. As one of the mandates of the Commission is to advise government in the development of policies and legislation relating to human rights, it is imperative that the Commission becomes knowledgeable in this emerging field. Given this background, I once again welcome you all to this workshop. I hope that the discussions from this meeting will better prepare all of us for 4IR and inform its strategies going forward. This is particularly important as the South African Human Rights Commission celebrates its 25 years of promoting fundamental human rights. The theme for our 25th anniversary is Towards a Culture of Human Rights. In addition to this workshop, the Commission will be conducting a series of activities to celebrate this landmark anniversary. So this is the first in a number of activities, and we hope to see all of you at the various events that we will be organizing. I thank you, and I wish you 2 days of intense learning. I know, because I know I'm going to learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Commissioner. Up next, of course, to give us our opening address is the CEO, the Chief Executive Officer of the South African Human Rights Commission, and that would be Advocate Tsidiso Tipanyane. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, commissioners, colleagues from the Human Rights Commission, and colleagues from the human rights world, and also our fellow IT entrepreneurs, whom I will not mention by name. I want to start by saying that to a large extent, this conference was influenced by a young entrepreneur, IT entrepreneur, whom I met in the train, and we began talking about these issues. And then, of course, as we approached our strategic plan as a Human Rights Commission for the next 5 years, we began talking about exactly how are we going to deal with these issues. So to that young entrepreneur who's in the room today, thank you for contributing to the ideas. Now, we were talking earlier on this morning with colleagues to say, how do you define or translate or interpret 4IR in Zulu or Sotho or Xhosa, and we're really struggling. And I'm not sure whether we invited colleagues from Pan-South African Language Board here who might actually help us to design to come up with an appropriate concept, because really this is a reality for all humanity going forward. But anyway, we'll leave that to relevant people. Now, I want to start by, is John here from Kenya? Not yet here? Okay, we have a colleague from Kenya who will be speaking tomorrow. I thought he'll be here right now, but it's fine. I want to start by reading out a quotation from Ngugi wa Thiong'o. In Sesotho we'll say Ngugi wa Thiong'o, but I'm told it's Thiong'o. From his book, Wizard of the Crow, published in 2006. He says, the wealth of science, technology, and arts should enrich people's lives and not enable their slaughter. Many years ago. Very powerful statement, which is actually quite relevant to what we are going to talk about today about the fourth industrial revolution and human rights. Now, unfortunately, human beings, unlike bees that use science to make honey and help to sustain life on Earth, we spend much of our time using science and technology, plotting how to slaughter one another. And one hopes one day that some mad scientist will not change the DNA of bees, and bees end up also plotting how to steal honey from other bees that will be a crazy world. But of course, it is possible if one understands advances we are making in gene manipulation. And that will be very unfortunate. Anyway, now let me get to my paper then. Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are the essence of human rights upon which the existence of humanity largely depends upon. It is in this endeavor to realize rights, the birthright of all human beings, that governments are formed and continue to exist. And as per numerous instruments such as the 1993 Vienna Declaration and Program of Action, and our own constitution, the main, if not the sole, purpose of any democratically elected and effective and caring government is to protect and promote human rights. The universal nature of human rights, their interdependence, indivisibility, and interrelatedness also make the protection and promotion of human rights a global concern. It is often said that what affects human rights in one part of the globe has an impact on the rest of the globe in one form or another. They say a butterfly flapping its wings in South American Amazon change what we feel here. The spread of the coronavirus is a sad and worrying reminder of this phenomenon. Throughout the history of humankind, advances in technology have brought tremendous benefits and improvements in the quality of life for human beings, whilst at the same time putting humanity and life on earth at risk. In this regard, we can refer to the invention of the wheel, the steam and combustion engines, aeroplanes, missiles, nuclear energy, nuclear weapons, computers and telephones, and of course developments in chemical and biological warfare and their impact, both positively and negatively. Advances in medicine, food production, communication, transportation, education, and housing are examples of the positive impacts of these technological advances. On the other hand, the First and Second World Wars, including the detonation of nuclear bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the usage of Agent Orange, a very powerful carcinogenic herbicide, by the US in the Vietnam War to eliminate forests, are examples of the negative effects of these advances. I'm told many Vietnamese continue to suffer from the usage of Agent Orange. This was a herbicide which Americans used to defoliate all the forests in order to expose the Vietnam freedom fighters against American imperialism. And we're still feeling the effects of Agent Orange today in Vietnam. It is the impact of technological advances, particularly the negative aspects thereof on human rights, that led heads of state and government at the 1993 World Conference on Human Rights held in Vienna to express a concern on the potential adverse consequences for the integrity, dignity, and human rights of certain advances in biomedicine, life sciences, and information technology. And therefore, they issued a call for international cooperation in addressing their possible impacts on human rights. Now, getting to the 4IR. Unlike previous technological advances, technologies falling under the fourth industrial revolution, such as robotics, genomics, big data, the Internet of Things, automation, and autonomous vehicles, these are self-driven vehicles, and so forth, have and will have a far bigger impact on humanity than all previous industrial revolutions, at levels that could not have been imagined a few centuries ago, other than in science fiction, books, and movies. On the benefits of 4IR or new technologies, Alex Ross, in his book, The Industries of the Future, wrote as follows. The near future will see robot suits that allow paraplegics to walk, designer trucks that melt away certain forms of cancer, and computer code being used as both an international currency, cryptocurrency, and a weapon to destroy physical infrastructure halfway around the world. Of course, we're already aware of the impact of drones, weaponized drones, and what they do, and many others. On the negative side, the usage of 4IR technologies present a threat to human rights through the usage of new technologies in warfare, such as armed drones, as I've said earlier on, killer robots, cybercrime, through big data and Internet of Things. I hope my colleagues from Information Regulator are here, who are charged with protecting our personal information and personal data, and the threat that puts the organization and their work due to cybercrime. Abuse of genomics, gene manipulation, as I mentioned earlier on, can also pose a challenge in the field of medicine. So you can imagine some mad doctor changing the DNA of bees, and bees start attacking us whenever they see us. That will be fun. Various Hollywood science fiction movies like Star Wars, The Black Panther, Marvel's Avengers Endgame, and The Terminator, Dark Fate, presents greater, you see I've got a 14-year-old child, so I must go and see all those movies, presents greater opportunities and threats for human rights and fundamental human rights. So of course, he was not aware that while I was having fun with him, I was also thinking about the conference, you see. It is thus important that advances under the 4IR should be properly regulated in order to minimize their negative impacts on human rights. This will require those concerned with the protection and promotion of human rights to be in a good position to respond to these challenges in an effective and efficient manner. It will require relevant institutions like ourselves, public and private, including national human rights institutions, to be in a better position in terms of policies, operational structures and processes, and governance structures to meet and respond to the human rights challenges presented and posed by the usage of these technologies. On the importance of the regulation of 4IR technologies, the well-known Mr. Klaus Schwab, those who go to Geneva, in Switzerland, World Economic Forum might know this gentleman. In his book, Shaping the Future of Fourth Industrial Revolution, A Guide to Building a Better World, stated as follows. It's a very long quote, I'll cut it short. Finding solutions for the governance challenges of the fourth industrial revolution will require governments, businesses, and individuals to make the right strategic decisions about how to develop and deploy new technologies. But this will require taking a stance on societal values, no mad scientists manipulating bees' DNA, will require us taking a stance on social values and getting better at creating mechanisms for collaborative action. Individuals and organizations will need to connect with and take into account the perspectives of multiple stakeholders, and multinational corporations and nation states will have to become more effective at building formal and informal international agreements. These are not easy obligations to fulfill, and we can expect setbacks, but we cannot turn away from the responsibility. And then he goes on to say, the scale and complexity and urgency of the challenges facing the world today call for leadership and action that are both responsive and responsible. With the right experimentation in the spirit of systems leadership by values-driven individuals across all sectors, we have the chance to shape a future where the most powerful technologies contribute to more inclusive, fair, and prosperous communities, and not the opposite. Now coming closer home. National human rights institutions established in accordance with the UN General Assembly resolution, so-called Paris Principles, and their respective national laws are increasingly seen as a major player in the promotion and protection of human rights at national, regional, and international levels, and can certainly, with the right orientation, make a significant contribution in responding to human rights challenges brought about by the 4IR and in exploiting developments in new technologies for the advancement of human rights. For example, as we highlighted earlier on, to come up with new technologies which will allow people with physical disabilities to be able to walk, and those who are deaf to be able to hear, and those who are blind be able to see. These institutions have a unique role in ensuring the implementation of international and regional human rights standards at national levels, whilst also being in a good position to influence regional and international human rights developments from a national perspective. National human rights institutions are therefore better placed than most human institutions to respond to national, regional, and global challenges of the 4IR and new technologies if appropriately empowered. We need to ensure that we don't allow mad scientists to use technologies to destroy the world. And this is a responsibility of us in the human rights movement in various forms and formations. In the context of South Africa, the role of national human rights institutions in response to the challenges and opportunities of the 4IR can be played by the South African Human Rights Commission, an independent constitutional body established to strengthen South Africa's constitutional democracy through the promotion and protection of human rights, and other independent constitutional and statutory bodies established to protect and strengthen the constitutional democracy of our country, including, for example, as I've mentioned earlier on, the information regulator, which has to ensure that our private information, our personal information, is protected, is not used by cyber criminals to do many things. I will not talk about the Human Rights Commission. Let me say so. In this regard, South African Human Rights Commission has a statutory mandate through the South African Human Rights Commission Act number 40 of 2013 to advise government on appropriate human rights policies and measures, and also monitor how the government meets its national, regional, international human rights obligations in the context of 4IR. Now, I will be asking my colleagues and commissioners later on, are we in a position with other Chapter 9 institutions to advise our government, including business, on how we use 4IR to the benefits of human rights and not the other way around. Now I'm getting to my conclusion, and I will save you 5 minutes, Gashwa. In the context of human rights and the role of national human rights institutions therein, the challenge with the 4IR is how to ensure that its technological advances are used and will be used in a way that human rights and fundamental human rights are respected, and that the future of humanity and life on earth, including democratic governance, are not threatened. So you can imagine you have elections and the hackers basically produce different results and put me as a new president of South Africa. That will be fun. In order to equip the South African Human Rights Commission and other national human rights institutions in the country to play a meaningful role in responding to human rights challenges of the 4IR, and also exploit the benefits of these new technologies for the advancement of human rights, this workshop, with all relevant role players and stakeholders in the 4IR environment, is crucial, more so now when the Human Rights Commission and other state institutions are deciding on what to do in the next 5 years of their strategic plans. And if we miss this opportunity, it means we'll be 5 years, maybe 15 years, maybe 20 years behind what is already happening today as far as 4IR is concerned. The workshop, as per its objective, is expected to make an important contribution in helping to develop a better response to the opportunities and threats of the 4IR by the Commission and other institutions. This will help these institutions to adopt and institute necessary and relevant policy, operational, and structural interventions, and ensure that their governance systems are better, alive, and responsive to the 4IR and future industrial revolutions. I'm reading this interesting book, which basically say, where will we be in 100 years from now? And they're already talking about the 5th and the 6th industrial revolution. We're on the 4th and 3rd. So already, some people are already predicting how the 6th industrial revolution would look like. And we better be ready. National human rights institutions and constitutional statutory bodies established to protect and strengthen our constitutional democracy and contribute to a culture of human rights, which is the theme for our 25th anniversary, have to explore and find ways in ensuring that the technologies of today and tomorrow enrich people's lives and not enable their slaughter, as per Ngungi wa Thiong'o. These institutions and bodies should thus hit what Klaus Schwab said not so long ago in relation to the challenges of the 4IR. And he says the following, and this is my concluding remarks. The scale and complexity and agency of the challenges facing the world today call for leadership and action that are both responsive and responsible. With the right experimentation in the spirit of systems leadership by value-driven individuals across all sectors, we have the chance to shape a future where the most powerful technologies contribute to more inclusive, fair, and prosperous communities. I thank you.
Thank you very much for an engaging opening address, CEO. Up next, of course, is the panel discussion, but I think just like to, the first panel discussion that is, but I'd just like to let you know that we are in fact up to date with the 4th Industrial Revolution, even at this particular conference. As we speak, all the events are being live streamed via our website. So if you go to www.sahrc.org.za, you'd be able to see the live stream of this entire event. But of course, I'm sure that you yourselves who are present here today wouldn't want to necessarily watch a live stream considering that you're part of that live stream. However, you can tweet or Facebook people, your colleagues, friends, and we actually encourage you, for those of you who are on social media, to share the information that is being shared as much as possible. If you post it on your own Facebook page, on your own Twitter page, imagine how many different people would be able to reach outside of this particular venue. And there's a very simple hashtag that we put together. I'll put it up a little later on, but I'll give it to you verbally now. It's hashtag 4IR underscore and the word and, A-N-D, underscore human rights as one word. 4IR and human rights. Hashtag 4IR and human rights. So please do share it today throughout the course of the day. And who knows, maybe if I look at the venue, there's less than 100 of us in here. Maybe we can get it trending. I think it's a challenge for us. Up next, of course, as I mentioned, is the first panel discussion for today. It's called The 4th Industrial Revolution, Unemployment, Poverty, and Development. And I think it's a very relevant point to start this conversation on. As we all know, we use banking apps on our cell phones. We use telephone banking. And I'm sure we were all aware of the news that some of the banks just last year cut back on their staff in branches and cut down on the number of branches that they operate. And I think that then started the conversation around the meeting of technology and the safety of people's employment. And I think it's an important conversation to start this conference off with. And of course, the chair of that panel discussion is Dr. Rachel Adams from the SAHRC. I'll just ask you to come forward in the interim as I introduce the other panelists as well. Mr. Moleko J. Pakedi, who's the SAFTU Deputy General, I'll say that again, SAFTU Deputy General Secretary. Mr. Victor Homoswana, who is an expert consultant on African business development. And then, of course, Angelo Fick, who is the Director of Research at the Orwell Socioeconomic Research Institute. If you can all please step forward and take your seats in front. Thank you. And we can give them a round of applause. It does seem that we're missing two more panelists. Are they present? I'll go through the names again in case you're not aware. Mr. Moleko J. Pakedi, who's the SAFTU Deputy General Secretary. Not in the venue. Okay, and then Mr. Victor Homoswana, who is an expert consultant on African business development. Not here yet. Okay, so tell you what we will do in the interim, if you don't... Is it? There's a possibility. There's a possibility. If you don't mind, Dr. Rachel, if you would maybe want to kick off the event, and then, of course, we continue from there, and if they join us, then we'll continue. Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. Good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. The Human Sciences Research Council and the South African Human Rights Commission are my two institutional homes here in South Africa. So it's wonderful to be at an event where we can bring the both together with all our colleagues and all our communities of thinkers and practitioners to talk about what is now one of the most critical issues in our society. So the Fourth Industrial Revolution and its related technologies, of which artificial intelligence is a key one, have been named globally as one of the critical challenges of our global society. And I think within the Global South and within South African context, these challenges that they present are coupled with an opportunity too. And part of what the objective of this panel is to think about demystifying some of the grand promises of the Fourth Industrial Revolution and what it can do for our society in terms of accelerating development and eradicating poverty and working towards the eradication of inequality, to demystify them and to think critically about what these massive changes in our society means for the lives of people here in South Africa. Hello, we have another panelist. Welcome. We are a few minutes early. So I'm very excited by the wonderful panel we have here to talk about these issues. And after our panelists have spoken, then I will perhaps pose a couple of questions, and then we will open the floor to questions from the audience. Angelo, are you happy to go first? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so good morning to everybody. I'm going to be slightly heterodox, I think, to the rest of the program, because I think my reading of the Fourth Industrial Revolution comes out of my own disciplinary history as a philologist, paying attention to meanings of words and where they circulate. And so my question is, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, I'd like to weigh up the concept in its philosophical sense, its sociological sense, and its ideological sense, because I think it circulates mostly as part of an ideological project. And I'm quite scathing in what I'm about to say, but I think it doesn't rise to the level of the sociological, and it certainly has no philosophical validity. I suspect that if you look at the political economy of the concept and where it comes from, that it is part of a particular historical development of thought that shifts from being scientific analysis to being cover for, in other words, ideology, for a certain kind of economic project. So in my reading of this thing called 4IR, the Fourth Industrial Revolution, is that it is a way for hegemony, for capitalism in its late phase, to project a particular vision of the future that ensures its survival in particular kinds of institutions. So if you start looking at the research, or you start researching where this Fourth Industrial Revolution concept circulates most powerfully, you come up firstly with the World Economic Forum founder and CEO's manifesto for this, right, which should already tell you what this is supposed to do. And I think it is interesting that it arises in the post-millennial period, just over a kind of decade or so after capitalist institutions projected a future in which the world is divided into two classes, the plutocrats and the precariats. And the plutocrats are those who will survive, the 1%, the people who buy yachts. The precariats are the people who will increasingly have employment insecurity and actual life insecurity as a consequence of this division of the world into the haves and the expendables. And so this Fourth Industrial Revolution talk is all about how, among other things, we must adapt ourselves to this inevitable system that is going to overwhelm us. As if the system is not being made by human hands and human minds as we speak. So this construction of the Fourth Industrial Revolution as irresistible is, to invoke, you know, one of the texts that the CEO did not mention, Star Trek, like the Borg. It's almost as if we're being told constantly that resistance is futile, even though resistance is everywhere emerging. I also think that the concept of the Fourth Industrial Revolution often makes oblique reference to, even though it mirrors, in the sociological sense as well as the philosophical sense, the Anthropocene, which is the far more urgent concept to begin to look at. We live in the Anthropocene. We see the data around us every day of the planet's climate changing against us as a civilization. So the 12,000-year interglacial period in which our civilization flourished, which allowed us to give rise to the industrial processes that in fact accelerated the very changes that are now threatening our civilization, all of that is being covered over by the solution of technology. And here I'd like to invoke the Italian philosopher and novelist Umberto Eco, who in the late 1990s, in a piece for La Repubblica, a newspaper in Italy, spoke about how in the contemporary moment of his time, and I think increasingly in places like South Africa, that wants to be on the functioning periphery rather than in the expendable periphery of this new plutocratic, precariat global order. He says there is a conflation of science, technology, and magic. That people mistake technology for science, and that their approach to technology is often magical. That they often think that technology is the solution to problems, and that they think so because they think technology is science. That they don't seem to realize that science is the exploration of the long chain of events that take you from cause to effect, by reversing the process by looking at effect and working your way back to cause. Technology is that instant transfer of cause and effect that doesn't ask, if you flick the light switch, why do the lights go on? It doesn't ask by which process electricity is generated and where the power comes from, and how it is that in flicking a switch you have this solution of lights going on. And you see this in the South African political economy almost on a daily basis, given the crisis that we're in. The solutions that are being proffered by our politicians are technocratic, technological solutions that involve magical thinking, right? So we're going to use PIC funding to solve problems that are not created by a lack of funds, but are actually being created by mismanagement of funds. So instead of fixing the mismanagement of funds, we're going to give more funds, as if those who mismanage the funds will somehow magically, like the light switch, manage the funds better if they have more. The Fourth Industrial Revolution in the South African public domain is often little more than a slogan, a hashtag, or embroidery on the blazers of overpaid public servants. I told you I was going to be heterodox. It's the kind of showy performance of a potential future that requires a very different present and certainly a very strange erasure of the past. It's an imagination of the future as Star Trek, as delightfully opening doors, as an interface between the human and the machine, as a perfectly efficient process by which we will all live in the future. This in a country in which a large percentage of people are water insecure. This in a country in which people, young people, children, are food insecure. This in a country in which university students, who are the elite among the elite, don't have places to sleep, haven't mastered the second industrial revolution's requirements, and certainly haven't mastered pre-industrial revolutionary requirements. Linear text. If 8 out of 10 10-year-olds cannot read for meaning in any language whatsoever, you have consigned them to the class of the precariat. You are not including them in that class of successful plutocrats who can buy yachts and live fantastically and successfully. So I suspect my reading of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, not as a concept in itself, which I think does not rise above the sociological to the philosophical, I think it is merely ideological, is those who are proponents for it and advertisers of it are hoping to be included in the plutocratic solution. They're hoping to be among the 1% or the 10% that rely on servicing the 1% and not in the 89% who are going to go the way of the precariat. Now, that is not sustainable. How does this relate to human rights, employability, and work? The imagination of the workplace in South Africa cannot be divorced from work in its present form and work in its past formulations. In South Africa, we have historically defined the human condition through the relationship to work. In other words, those who could do certain kinds of jobs were considered fully human in colonialism and apartheid, and those who were not considered fully human were debarred from doing those jobs. We're doing the same thing now, but not on the basis of old racialized ideas of the human, but in terms of usability and usefulness. And here I think the tragedy is that in a public domain like South Africa's, the human form has now been reduced to Homo economicus. People are constantly being evaluated on their usefulness for an economic program, rather than adapting an economic program to suit the needs of 58 million people or 7.8 billion people. The economy drives the human condition, rather than human needs driving the economic system that is being elected. And this is one of the triumphs of late capital, which is one of my concerns with the World Economic Forum's definition and proposals around the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So when you have ministers and you have an entire interpretation class, journalists, editors, using those definitions and ignoring any kind of scientific engagement with the concept, partly because they are themselves scientifically illiterate, means that you have a situation where you have nothing but propaganda. So Chomsky's model of how the media works comes true. If people cannot evaluate that a minister standing up in a blazer that is not made by Fourth Industrial Revolution technology, arguing for this Fourth Industrial Revolution that doesn't exist, is an odd way for ideology in its phantom existence to propose the future, is odd, right? Because she's relying on first industrial revolution technology to stand up in that blazer that is made by looms and machines that we have had for 250 years. So when we start thinking of the future, I think we need to be far more realistic. In the Anthropocene, the future does not look like Star Trek. The future looks like Dune, that other Herbert novel, of a desertified planet with water scarcity and a technological level that is probably a mix of Stone Age and Space Age. For the Space Age people, they're the people in the 1% who will be able to buy yachts. For the Stone Age people, they're the ones making a precarious existence on the edges, hoping that it'll work for them. Other imaginations of that future include Michael Winterbottom's Code 46. A real-life example of that future is Midrand's Mall of Africa. Look at it. You first put up the walls, then you build it, then they'll come, then you keep some out. That's the future. Now, if you think that future is sustainable on a planet simply because you have technology, there's a Simpsons episode in which Lisa Simpson confronts one of the villainous figures in the cartoon, Mr. Burns, who runs a nuclear plant, with the visible effects of climate change, and says in the future this is going to be a problem. Sea levels are going to rise and the oceans are going to warm up. And he says, no, the solution to this is technological. We'll just have giant blocks of ice and keep dropping them into the oceans to cool the planet down. Right? Now, this is a simplified, crude version of the kind of geoengineering thinking that is being proposed through the Fourth Industrial Revolution, as if we can continue to live the way we do now with our current energy consumption levels, our current waste production levels, into the future and continue to have a planet that hasn't turned entirely on us. So, to conclude my particular contribution now, I don't think that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is this revolutionary, life-changing, world-changing, for the positive phenomenon that it is being proposed to be. I read it as nothing but ideological cover for the plutocrats to continue to survive, for those in the interpreter class to make that propaganda argument for them, to the exclusion of the billions who are going to be left out of these magical solutions that aren't going to work in the long term. Capitalists and business people have a short-term profit vision, particularly since the dismantling of the Bretton Woods Agreement and the financialization of the world economic system. Scientists have a much longer vision. They look back 30,000 years, 4 billion years, and they're looking ahead and have been looking ahead since the 1980s, 100 years, 200 years. And Lord Stern, the British economist, has looked at that mismatch between the ways in which the scientific vision, which is long-term, and the economic vision, which is short-term, is not being balanced by the political vision, which is medium-term. Our politicians are basically proposing short-term solutions based on the economic model, having turned all citizens into homo economicus. Our interpreter class are not paying attention to the scientists, they're paying attention to the politicians and the business people. Look, for example, at economics reporting in South Africa. Very seldomly will you see an academic economist on television explaining economic data or economic phenomena. More often you will have an economist who is placed inside a capitalist organization like a bank or a major corporation or an investment firm explaining the economy. That's a bit like interviewing the tuberculosis bacterium in order to explain to you why lung disease infections are the way they are and how you're going to solve it, right? And that's not because I hate people who sit inside those spaces. They certainly have a view, but it is a particular view from inside the very problem that you're trying to understand. And similarly, when it comes to questions of survival, of change, we're not looking to the South African Labour Development Research Unit for our research. We're not looking to people who look at the Inequality Institute at WITS, for example. What we get is either some spokesperson for a think tank that does Fourth Industrial Revolution consultancy and is very enthusiastic about it and says, forget about all those naysayers and doom and gloomers. The world isn't going to look like Alexandria in future, it's going to look like Santon. Well, I hate to disillusion you, but this is not the future. Nothing in the contemporary moment suggests that the future is going to look like this room. The future is going to look like the other side of the M1 North. Principally because we're running out of water. We're running out of food. We're having huge migrations around the world. The IPCC projections were that you would have up to 3 billion people displaced because of global water shortages in the most populous regions of the world. If the ice melt in the Himalayas continues apace, and there's a reason Nepal started testing how high Mount Everest really is, K1. That's not what they're really doing. They're checking the melt levels, because all of the meltwater from the Yangtze, the Ganges, and the Indus flow from the Himalayas. When those things melt, they're gone, which means the populations of India, China, Bangladesh and Pakistan, some of the most populous countries in the world, will be water insecure, and they are already moving. Secondly, with climate change, the melting of the permafrost, you have the disappearance of things that have kept in control all sorts of pathogens that have been unavailable to the human population for as long as we have been civilized. The solution to that is not technological. If you're concerned about coronavirus, there is much worse coming. This is the journal of the plague century. So, in relation to this, Noam Chomsky's evaluation of the shift from the Pony Express to the telegraph as being more significant than the shift from radio to internet is, I think, a valid one. This assumption that the technology is moving at such a pace that it'll simply solve all the problems that are being engendered by the very production of that technology is, I think, magical thinking, relying on technology to deny science. And so my concern around talk, particularly political talk when it comes to human rights, is that human rights is so far down on the list of priorities of what the state is concerned with when it comes to technological advancement and shifts, that it is willing to make not thousands, but millions of people unemployable instead of changing the nature of work to make work dignified. And my last quote, and really when I say last, I mean last, is Cyril Ramaphosa saying that thousands of people will become unemployed as a result of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. It was for me psychiatric cabaret. Here was a man confessing as one of those who are going to be on the inside of the plutocracy, as a billionaire who is the president of the most unequal state in the world, that actually the technological shifts are going to be such that a whole group of people will simply become superfluous. Because what he didn't mention was that they are not retrainable. If you don't have literacy of linear text, you cannot code. If you don't have scientific literacy from the basics of education, you cannot, in any way whatsoever, participate in processes that require such literacy. Once you've screwed over foundation-based education, you don't have tertiary vocational education that services through the Fourth Industrial Revolution. If you want an example of why technological literacy stands in for scientific literacy, go to an ATM queue at the end of the month. There are people who take up to 4 minutes, educated people who take up to 4 minutes to do a transaction that should take 30 seconds. Go to a supermarket and watch people engage the payment system. Do they understand why that card doesn't work? No, people with black cards are arguing with the cashier about why their card has been declined. We're relying on those people, people like me, to lead the Industrial Revolution. I'm sorry, I'm at the second Industrial Revolution, mass-produced material through machines, and I'm at the first pre-Industrial Revolution stuff where I'm into linear text. And they stand me in good stead to engage processes I don't fully understand but can begin to interpret. So if you have 80% of your 10-year-olds illiterate, your problems are far more basic than getting children to code. You'll have the same results in the coding exams that you have in the English or Setswana exam. Massive failure rates, because if you can't read, you can't learn, and therefore you can't do. And that's my bigger concern. When it comes to human rights, an illiterate population is a population that has its human rights abrogated. And the consequence of that is that people of the future, historians of some remote future that may or may not exist, will look back at this time and not think it was an accident. Will know that our education policy was deliberately planned to create a precariat class of serviceable, dispensable work units. And that's the tragedy of the human failure of the Fourth Industrial Revolution that we are being promised. Thank you.
Angelo, I'm thrilled that we've started the day off on this very critical note, which not just covers the kind of problematization of the discourse of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, but you've brought it back to all the basic human rights that are not being fulfilled. We're going to move now to our second panelist, Mr. Victor Komoswana, who's an expert consultant on African business development. We're really pleased to have you here today, so over to you.
Could I stand there?
Please do, please do.
Angelo and I are in the media, so I love radio, but it's a lonely place because you can be heard, but you can't see the people you're talking to, which is very antisocial and claustrophobic by nature. Commissioner, thank you very much for the invitation. And you violated my human rights. I was trying to eat. You started the panel early. Nobody warned me. What's wrong with this country? Dr. Adams, thank you very much for the introduction. How many minutes do I have? Do I have what I was told I had?
You can actually have a bit longer.
Okay. Yeah, no, I won't make it longer because it's better to have a conversation. And I love debate. I love discussion. But just to make sure that I do not repeat what Angela said, then you're going to think we are conniving. What is it? To sabotage. I want to speak South Africanisms now. To sabotage this initiative. I will skip some of the points he made. So, Commissioner, I went to watch a movie. I'm going to give you my favorite quote of the week, which I think is going to be my favorite quote of the month and of the year. And I would want for most of us to make it their favorite quote as well. And the quote is simply this. It comes out of a movie called Just Mercy. It's on at the second now. So if you come from my generation, where things are always better on the big screen, please go and watch it. I have no interest in the movie, in the distribution company, or in the Stekineko New Metro Theaters. No interest whatsoever. So I have no gain. I'm recommending it because I think it could remind us just the world, the kind of world we live in, and how we continue to violate fellow humans when we are supposed to be civilized. The quote is, and it's got a longer version, but I'll give you the shorter version. At the end of a court case, a long-running court case, because this is based on a true story, so the movie is based on a true story. The writer of the book on which the movie is based is still alive, which means you can go and meet him. You can go and shake his hand. You can look him up on Twitter and ask him, did you really say that in a court of law? Brian Stevenson, I think is his name. He was working with wrongfully convicted people. To be precise, prisoners on death row in the state of Alabama. Now you'll know the state of Alabama is part of that America, I think, which they call the South, which still believes in that flag. You know that flag that it has the colors of the United States, but it's not really the flag of the United States. He says at the end of this court case, long-running court case, he says, I have learned that the opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is justice. Okay, repetition solves a lot of problems. In case my speed was too much, so I'm going to say it again. The opposite of poverty is not wealth. Full stop. Or as the Americans will say, period. The opposite of poverty is justice. You have to think about that. And I mean, really think about it. We, the people who spend and sometimes make a living speaking at conferences like me, you know, believe that the poor people want to have our possessions. We believe they want to be like us. We believe they want more money. I don't know why SAHRC is not here. We believe when workers go on strike, they want to take our position. And if you are the first black this, the first black woman that in this company, you really often don't want for you to be too many of you, because then what's going to be special about you? So that's it. This exclusive society. So I want to ask you, do we mean to do human rights, Commissioner, or do we want to fool around? Really? Do we want to do human rights, or do we want to fool around? I'm sure when you drove here, all of you, you would have either been doing what I'm going to describe, or you would have suffered from it. You know, when you're in the fast lane, there are certain cars, no, it's not the cars, it's the people driving them, that believe you are not entitled to be ahead of them. In fact, out of my way, you're too slow. No, your car is too slow. So, I've got the right to tell you to get out of the way, and actually be aggravated if you don't respond accordingly, to the point of yelling and hooting and showing you the zap, and sometimes even getting physical with you, or sometimes even pushing you off the road. You familiar with that? Either as a victim or as the perpetrator, or both. You might have been the victim and you are now the perpetrator. That's the other example. The opposite of poverty is not wealth, it's justice. The other one is this abbreviation, which is actually very offensive if you are a human rights person. And it's, to make sure it's very offensive, it's even developed a 4-letter version. You know 4 letters are associated with obscenities and expletives, right? So the abbreviation is VIP. But the vulgarity of our society has developed VVIP as the 4-letter word. And who are the VIPs? Often the politicians, who should be servants, the business people, who describe their experience by how many people are working under them. What a misogynistic, old-school missionary bias. How many people do you have working under you? Wow. By the way, those people make you the CEO, right? But no. They are working under you. The artists, the only people I believe who should be VIPs, right? Sports people, lots of them deserve to be VIPs. But often we are so big on exclusivity, excluding others. Angelo talked about just rendering others expendable, you know? Let me create something you will aspire to be, but you can never be, and then stay out there and know your place. So I can carry on with these examples of how we are striving to become elitist, or the elite, and once we have achieved that status, we feel very uncomfortable when other people get to join us. The last thing I'll talk about is the economics of abundance. The mentality that economics is the study of how to manage scarce resources. Now, who in the world made up a nonsensical story like that? Okay, at least if you are African, it's nonsensical. Because Africa doesn't have a scarcity of anything. Sunlight, land, coastline, climate, arable land, rainfall, minerals, people, culture, heritage, mountains, wildlife, biodiversity. What does Africa have a shortage of? Name it. Even South Africa doesn't have a shortage of land. And we are getting tied up in knots on land reform that's going slowly nowhere. All right. So, I am here to talk about Fourth Industrial Revolution. And my question is, if we are still missing so many basics about humanity, remember I asked, do we want to make human rights? Do you want to do human rights, or do we want to mess around? Because if we start bringing in other concepts into the equation prematurely, before we have resolved human rights, before we have resolved that actually, you know, the day I drove one of those cars with electric windows and leather seats and ABS brakes, you know, I am not exaggerating. The thought that came to mind was, wait a minute, why can't every car be like this? Can anybody tell me why? If ABS brakes, no, it's not money. Cars are overpriced in South Africa. And everything in South Africa is overpriced. Everything. That's why the economy is not growing, right? It's true. Have you thought about it? Books are expensive. Very, very expensive. Cars are very expensive. They are made here. Very expensive because we import the important components from elsewhere. Huh? Food is expensive. Very expensive. So I am wondering why, if ABS brakes are meant to make your car safe and airbags are meant to make sure in a crash you don't get too injured, why should any car be optional, have the option to not include them? And be a legal business. We know if your car crashes and you don't have airbags, the risk of getting injury is higher. But we allow you to make a car and sell it without airbags. And that's cool. You are a VIP, you are a leader of society. You have the airbags in your warehouse. You could actually install them. But no, this car here, you deserve to die when you crash in it. As soon as you have more money, you don't deserve to die so easily, right? Then those cars drive themselves. This Distronic thing that tells you you're going to crash. I thought taxis would be the ones that should be like that. No? After all, they're carrying people, more people who make our lives easier at work. Those people who work under us, remember them? If people are our most important important asset, then the people who transport them to work should be driving Distronic cars with airbags and a lot of space. No. So I'm saying I'm confused there. Fourth Industrial Revolution is cool. Unlike Angelo, I don't believe it's really, I know, yes, I share your concerns and reservations about the WEF. You know, rulers of the world are not my friends, all right? But I believe that, and I'll show in closing how I believe it can help if it is adapted, if it's adapted for African conditions, and if it's made pro-poor. But it's going to be a hard one to do because the people who own these means, like Mark Zuckerberg, do not think like that. So I'm saying, if we understand that the economics of abundance should replace the economics of scarcity, if we agree that human rights are paramount and our society is exclusive, which is criminal, which is immoral, which is something to be ashamed of, because we continue to perpetuate the stereotype. We perpetuate to make poorer scandalous. We are arguing about the national health insurance now. We're not arguing about making people to have access to quality health care. So both the rich and the poor are guilty, because those who want health care are talking about it, and those who are saying, they're saying, no, we don't want to pay more money. We just want our workers healthy. We don't want to be part of making them healthy. Are you kidding me? I went to varsity and I got my degree and I'm a qualified engineer, whatever. I shouldn't be now made to carry. I'm paying taxes already. You know, taxes are like tithes. Eh? You go to church, you pray, you say, God, really hook me up on the next Maybach. And then to feel that God will give you your wish, you take 1,000 rand and you drop it in the dish and you move out. You really feel entitled now. I mean, God, I've prayed to you and I've tithed. What's your problem? How long before you give me what I prayed for? You said, ask, it shall be given. What's wrong with you? Are you a fraud, God? So if we understand that we have to switch from the mentality of poorer is scandalous and it deserves to just be left on the outside. The earth has enough space for all of us. It's got enough food for all of us. It's got enough everything for all of us, but somehow we have contrived with our economic thinking to create scarcity so that we can keep some people less than others, and that way we can maintain this hierarchy that has taken us nowhere. Today when we talk about crime, we talk about violence, we talk about aggression, we're not talking about human beings being hostile, we're talking about the inequality becoming unbearable. And most of the inequality is in direct violation of human rights. Now, fourth industrial revolution, the way I understand it now, is an opportunity and a risk. So I'll stick to the opportunity because Angelo has already dealt with the problems of it. I think of telecommunication solutions, mobile money solutions. I spend a lot of time in East Africa, and Kenya is still one of the countries that have taught the world that you can take a first world technology and solve a third. I'm just going to use these labels, although I don't really believe in them. But you can take a solution out of London and use it to solve a lack of access to banking in a country like Kenya. I want you to go and visit Kenya and go to a place called Kibera. Kibera is Alex, deep slough, orange farm, rolled into one, multiplied by 15. So when you are there and you are a banker and you want to do a know your customer, which know your customer? Know your customer means know where your customer is. So when you have to collect the money he or she owes you, you can find them. And that's what it means. That water and utility lights is actually a red herring. I would say bankers would like to put some RFID on us so they can track us down and know where we are exactly, especially when you've skipped your payments on a car and you're driving around and they cannot find it. All right. If you're in Kibera and you want somebody to send you a water and lights account, you are out of your mind. They don't have things like that out there. So how did Kenyans manage to have a banking solution that is a world beater today using technology? They just said, there's one thing that people will never, people can tell you I live in Alex and yet spend time in Cape Town. But there's one thing that they will tell you about and be with them all the time, and it's their cell phone. Have you seen a man who left his phone at home? Have you seen him? He does cartwheels and he goes back dashing. He's going to forget everything else because that phone cannot be in anybody's hands. It's a national security risk. So, if we know that everybody will have their cell phone and if they lose it, they will replace it in 24 hours, then we know, if we know their cell number, we are likely to know where they will be most of the time. So M-Pesa used that which a human being will not let go of. Men especially, because women scientifically have been proven to pay their debts more. So you don't need to track them down as much as you track down men. Men are the people who are not going to leave their cell phones because it's a national security risk for them to do so. So if you have their cell number, you have their KYC, FICA, everything. So I'm saying that there is a place here for this fourth industrial revolution because technology can be used if it's used to respond to the needs of African societies in their uniqueness. Especially because mobile telephony helped Africa to leapfrog a lot of other developments. I grew up in a place called Hampahlele, Mashite to be exact. And where are the Afrikaans-speaking people here? Those are my people. No Afrikaans speaking? Oh, come on now. What's wrong? Is this South Africa? Yeah. You know what they do, eh? Commissioner, they gave a name to every square kilometer of this country, right? So my place was called Zonnernam. Yes. So it's like a no-name brand of villages. They couldn't give it a name, right? That's how hopeless it was. Zonnernam. No, but you must spell it with a Z. That's when, that's the days of Wompol, right? So I grew up there and I understand how isolated you can be. We didn't have a telephone. Yes, the shopkeeper had a telephone, so you needed to run and go and say, I need to call or I'm expecting a call. And they would say, well, they will call at 7. Then you dial and the post office will pick up. And you say, I want Mpudule number 13, and they'll put you through. I'm sure I'm seeing young millennials here who don't know what I'm talking about. That's cool. I mean, let's exclude them for a change. They're excluding us with their language on Twitter, right? So we would not have been able to have proper cell phones and ability to communicate without cellular phone technology. So I'm saying where technology can be used to respond to needs, we have to be able to do that. I visit a country called Rwanda a lot, and one thing they managed to do, Rwanda has a nickname called the land of 1,000 hills. I guarantee you, I've been to Rwanda, there are more than 1,000 hills. Whoever gave it that name counted. When he got to 1,000, he got tired. So he decided, anything more than 1,000, it's okay. Hey, it was just Shego Minister. When they count money after a robbery, they count in thousands. 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. If you have more than 1,000, it's a problem. They just say 1,000 coupler, 1,000 coupler, 1,000 coupler. They come and give you another coupler and another coupler and another coupler. So to drive around Rwanda is near impossible if you have to cover a 200-kilometer distance, a 30-kilometer distance. But what I've seen them do in a place called Muhanga is more like equidistant to everywhere. They managed to use drone technology to deliver blood supplies to clinics. So they went around Rwanda and put all 29 clinics on a plane and created their own GPS, and they gave it to their civil aviation authority, and they created a center where they can launch drones, and they do it unless there's strong wind, they operate, whether it's raining or whatever. So they're able to deliver very much needed medical supplies to any clinic in a distance, in a space of no more than 30 minutes. Yes, Rwanda is a small country, but even with that, to drive from Kigali to Rusizi, which is less than 150, could take you 3 to 4 hours. So if you can deliver a blood supply to a clinic that's needed using drone technology, and again, that company is not a Rwandan company, which means you can take a solution from Canada, from the UK, from China, it does not matter, and adapt it to the needs of the country. That way they have been able, that's why you read about Rwanda having access to healthcare of over 90%. I'm talking to the I'm talking free healthcare now, not medical aid stuff. So what I'm saying, all these examples that I'm giving you are part of a demonstration that technology can be a revolutionary tool. It can bring about change, but it has to be adapted. The last thing I just want to say is the ownership of these technologies will be a problem if we don't address them. At the moment, the most powerful statesman in the world, does anybody want to guess? Who's the most powerful statesman, head of state in the world? Donald Trump. No? You don't think the President of the United States is the most powerful head of state in the world? When he was able to take another head of state, another supreme leader in another country, and nobody did anything about it. Like, hey, I took him out. What you gonna do? Isn't he powerful? He is powerful, right? No? Hey, make up your minds, people. Is he powerful or is he not? The Premier of China? No? No, the most powerful head of state in the world. USA. Donald Trump. So say it. Say Donald Trump. I know it hurts sometimes, but President Trump. You got to say that. No, actually, let me tell you. Probably the most powerful head of state is a young man called Mark Zuckerberg. Yeah. What is the size of the United States population? 300 million? What is the size of the nation run by Mark Zuckerberg? 3 billion now, I hope. I mean Facebook. Hello. How many people are on Facebook? Over 2.5 billion. Am I right? Do you know that 18-year-olds upwards to maybe 30, 50% of them, when they wake up, the first thing they do is to check their Facebook status. Whether they are sleeping with you or not, tough. They're not going to ask you how you are doing, or whether you slept well or you had dreams. Tell me your dreams so they can be mine too. They're going to check their Facebook status and probably update theirs. Okay. Therefore, if you talk about national identity, we try to get our young children in schools to sing the national anthem every day to pledge their solidarity to their land. No. People pledge their solidarity to Mark Zuckerberg every day. If they have a picture, they are going to load it first and share it on Mark Zuckerberg's platform. If they have bought a car, they are going to tell Mark Zuckerberg first. If they have married someone, they will tell Mark Zuckerberg. If they have proposed and somebody said yes, they will tell Mark Zuckerberg. In fact, if you want to know what they're doing, even where they are traveling to, they will tell Mark Zuckerberg. Now Mark Zuckerberg, to show you that technology can be put to good use, has managed to say if there's a bomb blast in Paris, to create, hey, tag here to tell your people that you are safe. If Donald Trump wants to address all Americans, he has to call them and have a broadcast. If Mark Zuckerberg wants to address, in fact, you don't have to be Mark Zuckerberg. You can go online on Facebook and be live, and you can talk to the world. This sounds like a powerful nation. So my point here is the ownership of these media, whether it's Alibaba, whether it's Facebook, and the problem is, Angelo mentioned it, they're all converging in ownership. So it's all Google now. So we're becoming the Google nation. The problem is, and people talk about human rights, privacy, and not to be spied upon, not to be followed. But eventually, if I can send a drone to take you out in another country, if I can spy on you and find out what you like, what you don't like, and just let me share this anecdote, Dr. Rams, I promise this will be the last anecdote. So I'm in Kenya and I'm addressing a meeting, and you know, at a conference, when you're speaking now and people are having tea, and you go afterwards, and the people who serve tea bring everything to your table because they think, okay, we have now cleared the tables, this is the only one, so they put there. So I put on Facebook that, hey, I must really gain weight here because it looks like the people at this conference believe I'm not eating enough. That's why they are bringing all the muffins and the croissant and the I did this, and 25 minutes later, remember I'm in Nairobi, eh? 25 minutes later, because my office is in Killarney Mall, I get text messages telling me that if I bought one pizza, I'll get one free. from 3 shops in Killarney Mall. Why? Because my number is linked to Facebook, and I tweeted something about food and me gaining weight. So obviously the algorithm couldn't figure out the irony. They thought I really wanted to eat and gain weight. So the people who could help me gain weight were offering me specials on food in the area that I don't check in, I don't plug in and say, take me to the office. But because Google has figured out that if you spend your time at a certain time in a certain area, that must be your workplace. And I tweeted this I put this on Facebook at 11 a.m. I should have been at the office. And because it's lunchtime, the best way to tell me, relying on what I put on Facebook without checking in. If I had checked in, I was in Nairobi, it would have been different. So I'm saying to you, the ownership of these technologies and this artificial intelligence is problematic because it's not as democratic as we are made to believe technology can make the world to be democratized. So human rights can be, and poverty alleviation can be made better, entrenched using technology. The only condition will be, 1, the ownership of the means and the technologies and the channels and the platforms should be just as pro-poor and as democratized. Luckily, innovation is not proprietary. By that I mean anybody can innovate. The challenge is, of course, will our leaders be willing to allow African innovations to dominate? In other words, if there's an African Facebook, will it be allowed the space to become the Facebook? I doubt. The ownership, the pro-poor policies, and the fact that our idea of human rights should not be clouded by all this, and I'm not going to call Fourth Industrial Revolution a passing fad, but they mustn't be, our sense and ability to uphold and the intent, the resolve to uphold human rights should not be clouded by all these fashionable things that come out of Davos. I agree with Angelo there, because the agenda of Davos is the agenda of Davos. We should have our own agenda. And my worry in closing is that Africans should start having their own agenda. We have too many Africa summits that are happening in the UK. It's UK Africa Summit. It's Angela Merkel coming here to meet with President Ramaphosa because he's going to Ethiopia to become chair of the African Union. We have the Russia Forum happening and African leaders go. We have FOCAC in China. We have Japan doing its own thing. We have India doing its own India-Africa Summit. But we don't seem to have African policies and heads of states and rulers coming together as frequently as they should. Even the African Union is not able to rally and lobby as many leaders as possible. If we could do that, I am sure that the South African Human Rights Commission and all the other human rights commissions of the world could say, let's take this technology and make sure that we have our own Africa edition that will make Fourth Industrial Revolution a tool for upholding human rights and for fighting unemployment, poverty, and all kinds of other ills that are plaguing human society. The opposite of poverty is not wealth. The opposite of poverty is justice.
Victor, thank you for such a powerful presentation. There's a lot of overlapping themes in this panel with regards to the structural issues and inequalities that underlie this fourth industrial revolution, where it's coming from, the role of South Africa and Africa in its localization. Frank Pasquale is one of the leading theorists on artificial intelligence and the 4IR, and he says that technology is not in the world and of the world, but it is the world. And if technology is the world, if it is so powerful, who owns this world that's being created and who's designing it? And what does this mean for our context if we're not at the forefront? So I just want to ask you both to think about how we ensure that with the development of these technologies and those associated with the 4IR, how do we take into account the local values, lived realities, experiences and needs of South African people, and what is the role that human rights might play here?
Okay, so I think what we often need to realize is that technology is not just what has happened over the last generation. There's not just computers, etc. The technology has been with human civilization since there's been human civilization. So it took technology to take the wild and bring about the agricultural revolution that meant we could grow in numbers. So the interglacial period of human development is a technological shift. So if you go back to Stone Age forms of human organization, some of which remain with us today, those are technology-based. It's the use of stone-based technology, which then becomes Bronze Age technology, which becomes Iron Age technology, and our current phase. So I don't think that there is a human existence that is without technology. When it comes to local forms and local ways of organizing, some of those local ways have been with us for tens of thousands of years. And Derek Jensen, in a book called Endgame, a 2-volume selection, he's an engineer who becomes a kind of liberatory anarchist organizer in the United States, working with prisoners and local Amerindian communities to bring about sustainability and overcome the problem of what we think of as Western civilization. What he argues is that the only way of sustainable living is Stone Age human organization. Everything else produces more waste and isn't sustainable. Every other form of human organization using technology is destructive of the environment in which human beings live. So when it comes to the local, we have examples in Southern Africa, and we'll have examples coming out of the DRC, of local forms of organization and being decimated by technological advance. So while, for example, it is important to realize that some of what I do on an everyday basis would not be possible without technology, right? I wouldn't have gotten here on time without a train, I wouldn't have woken up without an alarm clock, I wouldn't wear the clothes I do because somebody else wove them using machines, etc. There are also things that I have lost since becoming enslaved to technology. And one of those is memory. So it has been proven that writing down by hand in manual script aids remembering what you have thought you've understood. And over the last generation, I have seen students become unable to write in longhand and highlight in textbooks and being able to recall less, never mind understand. What is being lost are oral forms of communication because of television's arrival or the arrival in mobile form of other forms of information distribution and amusement and entertainment, which means that the knowledge encapsulated in oral traditions, that's being lost. What's being lost is linguistic specificity. So what we've had, for example, in the CEO's opening remarks is a conversation in which we're all trying to figure out what the Fourth Industrial Revolution would be called in a variety of languages that are not English or English adjacent. And what you're losing in that is that you simply have not the growth of those languages by incorporating English terms, but the impoverishing of those languages, and not just by the loss of terms, by the loss of development of syntactical arrangements, metaphors, and other ways of expressing the world. And in South Africa, we're at the coalface of that disappearance. We have 11 official languages, but only one of them is the language in which the president signs all legislation, English. Only one of those languages becomes the language in which people, when they speak it, assume that you have a level of intelligence because of something as ridiculous as your accent. And your accent is the consequence of an historical accident that you've been trying to undo for 30 years. It isn't a sign of your education level or your intelligence. I say many, many stupid things in English in this particular accent. It has nothing to do. It does not express intelligence or insight simply because it is. Even though many people, mistake it for that and I exploit it when I want money. There's nothing like going completely Hampstead on somebody in the middle of a supermarket when the manager insists that you can't do a certain thing. There's nothing like getting into a hotel bar when the security guard has assumed that you shouldn't get in. You simply go, excuse me, I don't think so. Right? So technology results in losses, because what I have lost, and Zadie Smith writes about this, is another way of speaking English. What I have lost is the way of being in the world and understanding the world that is encapsulated in that way of speaking English. Right now I had to look up the title of a book written by a writer because I'd forgotten it. I used to be the kind of 17-year-old and 15-year-old who could tell you on which page of the book a particular quote could be taken from, because I didn't have a computer at the end of my palm. I simply had to learn it. That if you wanted to know where in Understanding Power Noam Chomsky says yada 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 yada, you'd have to know it, or you'd have to go reread the book. And so those losses for me are real, because with them are losses of capacities to agitate for human rights that are now being subsumed into you have to agitate for them in these technological forms. And in that sense, technology is enslaving, not liberatory. And this is a Foucauldian reading, but it's important for us to remember that if you have television in the room, conversations are not happening without mediation through the television. If you rely on having to speak to the state through technology, other forms of speaking become disallowed. So the protest is being displaced for middle-class South Africans by the online petition. And we have millions of people in this country resisting that and refusing it, and then getting the might of the state coming down on them. It's Althuserian. The ideological state apparatus says, if you're unhappy, petition the state through the presidential hotline. Do not march on the offices of your local municipal councillor. And yet people are refusing to do that by technologically marching rather than simply tweeting.
All right, I would say, because remember, we're still the South African Human Rights Commission, and I suspect we underestimate our value or the role we can play as the Human Rights Commission. I would try and plot a matrix of the changes that are happening in this so-called 4IR and the risks of living out the majority. So for example, if you saw the fees, the data must fall movement, it was one of the movements I applauded. Okay, I applauded fees must fall as well, so. And I said so openly. Not the methods used, but you know what? I have read Friends for now, and I know that sometimes the revolution is not going to happen if you allow people to speak with the right kind of plummy accents and send memos. Even the ANC before the armed struggle was very much men in suits marching and sending petitions, and they got to a point where they said, forget this is not working. So I suspect that if we plotted and said, the following are the changes, for instance, you talk about the government saying use the presidential hotline. But now what are the implications? The implications are people are going to spend more and more money on the phone. In fact, Telkom does that a lot. They say they have Telkom shops in shopping malls, but if you go in there, you don't get much of your problem solved. You'd rather go to the helpline, and the helpline is going to play you music. So it's okay to try and use technology to solve problems. But imagine if the South African Human Rights Commission could say, here is our matrix of the things that have changed in the past 10 to 20 years that have changed the way we live, the way we access services, and it's a good thing, it's a good kind of positive change. But here are the risks that the majority of South Africans, especially the poor, will be left out. And then you would list things like exactly that. Technology. We're talking about learning. So Emi Silisu, if he wants to use tablets in schools. What are the implications? The implications are that people are going to need more and more data. Therefore, we applaud you, MEC, for putting in technology in the hands of children and learners, but we are going to highlight the gap that without this or that, you are not likely to achieve that. So if the tablets are a means to accessing education quicker and faster, then it's a human right violation to leave the majority of South Africans, and we can prove it, that you're going to leave so many or this percentage out because the following drivers are not taken care of. I don't know if I'm making sense here. So it's almost a Human Rights Commission matrix. It's like a report card which says 2020, the cost of data went down by so much. The implication is that more and more South Africans can access education if it's put online. They can access. And then you can also look at certain technologies that are not affordable but should be. For instance, if we know that many children are getting kidnapped and human trafficking is getting more serious and is likely to happen in places that are overcrowded, but we also know that we have drone technologies that can deploy cameras over areas where school children are playing. Well, I would see it as a human rights violation because we have the technology, we have the legal framework for unmanned aerial machines. Even if we don't have it, maybe the campaign should be, let's find a way of creating a legislative framework so that we can deploy drones where children are playing. Because that way, with an aerial camera that can be linked to a control center, that if somebody grabs a child, you don't need to deploy a helicopter. You can deploy a drone and follow them and give the particular location until the police can be deployed. You see, that to me is going to make access to justice and security, which is a basic human right, much more affordable. And so the Human Rights Commission is campaigning for those things that will make the violation of human rights less and less possible. Yes, that's how I think a practical approach as a Human Rights Commission you could do, you know, and you are an agency you're a Chapter 9 institution, so you are part of entrenching our Constitution, which means anybody who refuses to listen to you, like the public protector, should maybe be hauled before the Constitutional Court, and who better to take anybody to the Constitutional Court than yourselves, because you can walk up there.
Victor, Angelo, thank you so much. We have 25 minutes left, so I'd like to ask those in the audience for their questions to the two panelists. I think we have a roaming mic. Is it this one? No, it doesn't have a question. Do we have any questions at the back? we have two here at the front, one at the back. Has somebody got the mic? Great, thank you. And if you could just introduce yourself quickly. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Matthew Adigan, University of Zululand. Thank you very much for these stimulating discussions that we've been having on human rights issues. I just want to, before I ask my question, I want to sort of crystallize some points that I've got from what's been said. Some of the things that have been raised, I mean, I've never seen them as human rights violations before, that having decent basic education that prepares you for the kind of change that we are going to have in the future. It's a human rights violation if we don't make sure that our children do have basic education that takes into consideration that. And honestly, it's moving my heart to, as a computer scientist, want to change the way software engineering is taught. So that's one thing that that got out of this. The other thing that actually came out of this is that in Finland, for instance, they see it as a human right that you have, it's your human right to have technology, I mean to have internet in every home. So if you are going to get into a building, internet is already there. You are not going to need to contact a service provider to come and install something. The facility is already there. And there are so many things that have been raised this morning. Why can't we make sure that that happens in this country too? The issue of legislation has been raised. Do you know that the laws that we currently have now does not allow drones to operate? We were in China looking at drones that can help agriculture in South Africa. And most of the people there who actually know what the current law says, that no, you can't operate it. That a lot of things need to be changed. Because we've seen how drones have been very, very useful in other African contexts. So my own question is, I mean, how do you get our government to, because you just told us that it doesn't look like our politicians are seeing things the right way. How do we get the politicians to move along this line that we are talking here this morning? Because we know that even if we take decisions here or we crystallize certain things that goes into policy, they may never get done. What needs to change in the politics of Africa to make sure that we begin to see these important things as human rights?
Thank you so much. Should we take Chanel and Michael, and then we go to the two at the back? Chanel? We've got a mic for you. Yeah, you're loud enough.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm Chanel van der Berg from the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm also glad that we started on a bit of a critical note because in the next presentation, when we talk about the digital divide, we certainly also have to talk about whether the fourth industrial revolution is an elitist project in the current context. However, as a matter of practicality, as we've heard from the presenters, society has changed. Currently, South Africa is sitting with a list of concluding observations issued by the UN Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights. And in this list of recommendations, there is a recommendation regarding access to internet. Now, we know that our constitutional court won't even recognize electricity as part of the substantive content of a socio-economic right. We know at the same time we are dependent on data and connectivity to live our daily lives, especially in urban areas. So really I'm asking your views on the Commission's role in starting to monitor, also on an international imperative, starting to monitor things like internet rights as basic enabling rights that government must be held accountable for to the same extent as the rights enshrined in the Bill of Rights. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just pass the microphone one row to the front. Oh, there we go.
Hi, I'm Michael Gastro from the Human Sciences Research Council. Just to follow up on the first speaker for your thoughts on the ideology of this thing. It was an interesting reflection because we don't often see this kind of ideological critique in the corridors of government or places where power is vested. It's a kind of this behind-the-scenes discussion. And in the economics of ideas, where ideas compete, I think your analysis was on the supply side, where these ideas come from. They come from the World Economic Forum. They come from the ideology of power. They've spread contagiously around the world. And in South Africa, we know it's driven from the presidency. and it comes from our representation in Davos. That's where this comes from. But I want to just probe on your possibly your thoughts on the demand side, because when ideas spread, they come from somewhere, but they're also absorbed by institutions and by people, because there's some kind of demand, there's some kind of need for sense making, and you know, we can see this in the institutions and the public. So my question is, why is there this demand, this uptake of these concepts? Because we need to ascribe some degree of agency to the public and to the institutions. So there is this need to make sense of technological change. It's happening all around us very rapidly in different ways, in complicated ways that are hard to get a grip on. So when the World Economic Forum throws their hats in the ring with a kind of heuristic for making sense of it, that's a narrative. It's a narrative that is then taken up. And there are many narratives, and it's right that we should question the World Economic Forum narrative. You always question the narratives that come from institutions of power. And I've advocated for this before, and I think South Africa needs its own narrative, its own language, to make sense of technological change in our context, in our time. But from a pragmatic point of view, whatever narrative we settle on, we still need to grapple with the underlying technologies. We still need to understand what is artificial intelligence and what does it mean? What does the Internet of Things mean for manufacturing? What does biotech mean for health and agriculture and humanity? How do these things intersect? So I think, you know, when we discuss the Fourth Industrial Revolution in terms of human rights, it is absolutely imperative that we have a critique of the ideology, but we also need to focus pragmatically on the technologies.
Hi, my name is Isaac Menard. I work in the media and online industry. I want to link my question to some of the previous input. In particular, I want to make the statement that if we want to talk about human rights for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, we must first talk about human rights in the digital age before we even get to the Fourth Industrial Revolution. And if we look at the mounting international obligations around the exercise of access to information rights, online and offline, and the fact that in South Africa there's none of that in the Promotion of Access to Information Act. So I think that the first thing we need to do is to start looking at South Africans' human rights online, so their digital rights. And I would like to ask the panel then about their views about the need for reform of the Promotion of Access to Information Act to incorporate things like, for instance, universal internet access as an enabling right, because I think one can argue that in the digital age it is impossible to exercise your access to information rights if you are not online. And to link that to the recent pronouncements by the Competition Commission that things like a basic level of free internet access, free Wi-Fi, zero-rated content should be written in a new version of the Promotion of Access to Information Act.
Thank you. Do we have, there's a question at the back.
Yes, my name is Emmanuel. I'm from Fourth Industrial Revolution Leadership Advancement. All the things that have been tabulated from the CEO throughout all the speakers, actually they're key facts. But now, my angle is maybe rather than taking the defensive approach on the fact that the Fourth Industrial Revolution is going to affect the society, looking at the opportunities that is at disposal, what is it that we can do in terms of ensuring that we collaborate with this capitalist, as well as engaging the government to be part of that? Because hence, we cannot deviate from the fact that it is here, and indeed it's been communicated even from the past 5, 10 years. And we are fully aware that there is a first industrial revolution, second and third. That is why we are now entering into the fourth. So my question is, why can't we find the ways in which we can collaborate with this capitalist, and as well as ensuring that this cloud of fourth industrial revolution, it doesn't affect the society in a negative way. Instead, is taken as another advancement of the revolution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any other? Yeah, just behind you.
Good morning. My name is Tabile Motavi. I'm with the South African Human Rights Commission. Angelo, I just want to ask whether, is the obsession with POP IR another legacy project with our government? For example, I recall conversations then that we had at PICAS about the developmental state, inviting your Hajun Chan, your Joseph Stiglitz, to unpack the whole concept of the developmental state. And that conversation has literally disappeared, or the concept of a developmental state has literally disappeared from our policy documents. We are now talking of a capable state. And arguably that concept was crushed in 2009 when the then administration came in. So are we caught up again in another legacy project with the obsession with the fourth industrial revolution? And then you bring other coordination issues there, and the poor coordination between the Minister Stella Ndabeni, Minister Blade Nzimande. Everyone is pulling in different directions. It's all confusing as to what exactly, who's coordinating this whole thing. And Busani now, as head of policy, he only started advertising about 15 or 20 positions related to this whole fourth industrial revolution. Lastly, what are the threats to human rights defenders? Because you also have governments buying powerful surveillance technologies to monitor human rights defenders, corporates buying powerful surveillance technologies, amongst others from Israeli companies. And in the context of RICA being challenged successfully by Right to Know and others in court, what are the implications, especially if we are to monitor as the Commission the Sustainable Development Goal 16.10.1 on the protection of HRDs, activists, trade unionists, journalists, and others? Thank you.
Thanks very much for bringing up the human rights defenders. I'm going to give each of our panelists 5 minutes to respond to all the questions raised, unless there's any last questions. Yep. Okay, thank you. Can we just bring the mic?
Testing. Hi. Did you want the question now or after the...
Yes,
okay.
let's have it now.
My name is Kugan Pillay. I'm a working group member of the Constitutional Rights Education Working Group. 2 questions, one for Victor and one for Angela. Victor, and I know the subject is fourth industrial revolution and human rights. And you spoke about the MEC rolling out iPads. The question I have for you is, we've seen Michael Komapa's incident in the pit latrines. He lost his life. But you've also seen it in the last 2 years happening. The question is, which is a higher order human right? Sorting out the basics, toilets, water, facilities, or iPads? And Angela, question for you. I hear your point about president, he's a billionaire, he's leading the fourth industrial revolution. And I think you're quite right. The question is, we speak about, the topic is about fourth industrial revolution and human rights, but also opportunities and challenges. How do you see 4IR addressing our overarching policy goals, which is poverty, unemployment, and inequality? Thanks.
Great, thank you so much. So each panelist has about 4 minutes now to respond. And I'll be watching your time.
Okay, I'm also timing myself, so quick answers. Right. So to the question from the representative from the University of Zululand, this is not to say that people shouldn't be educated, but there's a difference for me between critically literate education, Pache Edward Said, and instrumentalist education, which is how do I use this stick to get those bananas, Pache Sultan in Wilhelm Koller's experiments. Drones in China, those are really great, but we don't live in a society like China, and I'm glad for that because there is something about the human right to invisibility, the human right to not being looked at. So we all look at our phones and complain that 10 minutes later, half an hour later, we're being offered things that we weren't really interested in. But that is the case when you come to primary schools, playgrounds being monitored by drones. My fear there is, who is looking at these images? Who owns these images? Where do they circulate? So yes, to go to the supply and demand issue, you know, there is a demand for these images, but they could become prisons for our children where they have no privacy left. With artificial intelligence, facial recognition technology, the ability of the minor child to live a life of its own beyond the view and purview of the state is, I think, that something that would disappear. We're talking about helicopter parenting. The fact that a child's life will be recorded and visible, that they will have no power over the data generated by their existence in perpetuity, is something that would have to be considered beyond merely the safety of the children through technology. Because some of the consequences of technology are baleful for freedom that pretends to be security. We think that security is freedom, when actually it can be imprisoning. When it comes to access to information, we constantly talk about access to information, but Pache, you know, to go via Baudrillard, we live in a world in which there is more and more information and less meaning. People access all this information, but they cannot make meaningful sense of it. So I'd like there to be greater meaningful sense-making of information. That's important. So when we compare ourselves to Finland, we need to bear in mind that Finnish children don't just get access to the internet, they get critically literate education, which is why they have one of the best education systems as tested by PISA, as evaluated by the OECD. Ideology in the marketplace, I agree that I focused very much on the supply side. The demand side, though, for me, there's a crucial term that we have to bear in mind, which is interpellation. I think people are being interpellated into understanding their relationship to information as consumer-based, that they must get these things to get other things, not that they need information to make meaningful sense of the world that they live in order to change the world to work better for more than just themselves. Individualism is a very recent phenomenon in human history. It is 400 years old. Its rise alongside the rise of capitalism is not accidental. There's a strong correlation between them. We have been on this planet as a species for 300,000 years. We have been civilized for 8,000 years. We're about to wipe out our little window of civilization because of our focus on instrumentalist thinking at the individual level. And so when we talk about human rights itself, as it is phrased in the current form of our thinking about it, is not even 100 years old, right? It comes out of the consequences of the Second World War. So the United Nations Charter for Universal Human Rights, the Universal Declaration, that's 1948. Much of our understanding of what it means to be human and the rights to humanity come out of the last 70 years, and that's to be praised. It is no accident that the dominant system of the world that we live in today is working against that, because it doesn't benefit the minority to have the majority in that space. And that goes back all the way to Plato's critique of democracy. When it comes to instrumentalism, my last point here is we must beware of historical triumphalism. So I want to quote an Adivasi notion of imprisonment. We live in a post-national, transnational world that wants to abolish the role of the state. Politicians, as awful and disgusting as you may think them, are replaceable, either by electoral process or by revolutionary overthrow. Corporate governors are not replaceable in those ways. You can't overthrow the corporate board of governors. You live with them and the consequences. The reason that Zuckerberg can do what he does is because he's not overthrowable. You can't remove him. Whereas you can remove Donald Trump. And so the fear is that we must move to this corporatist identity where freedom is expressed through consumption processes and consumer-based activities. You have choice, as opposed to you have agency. And so in conclusion, how does the 4R address goals? It addresses the goals of a minority of people in the world at the cost of the majority. And to the last question, we must not only ask what opportunities are presented to us by the Fourth Industrial Revolution and its proponents. We must ask at what cost and to whom. Because the cost to the millions of people who will not be benefiting from this is that they will become expendable. We are seeing this in the world at the moment right now. And we cannot have a human rights-based culture if we have expendable people. The moment anyone becomes expendable, we have ceased to be human and human rights focused. Because it simply means that those who have the capacity and ability will become the ones who are the survivors, and everybody else can be sacrificed. And that's not a world I'm interested in agitating for, and it is one which I will oppose with every fiber of my being.
Okay, thank you. Starting with whether iPads or toilets are... The Charter for Human Rights, to me, the Bill of Human Rights is not an ordered list. I don't think there's higher order. I mean, yes, one person dies because of a peddler train, but I think it's also very expensive to have millions of children who are illiterate, who can't read and operate. So I wouldn't try and rank them. I would say if it's a human right, it must be enforceable by the Constitutional Court. I wouldn't try to rank them. And I agree, Angelo, that security can be a present, but sorry, man, I would rather be safe first, and then deal with how to manage the violation of my privacy. When you have children who are running around, yes, somebody might use those images as a pedophile to do whatever, but I tell you what, I would rather deal with a pedophile. But know that while my kids are playing, well, my kids are actually grown men, my grandkids are playing, they are not going to be subjected to some kind of guy who's just going to lead them by the hand, and then we'll ask, where did little Johnny go? Where did Angela go? And nobody has seen anything, and there's no footage, nothing. I mean, the Soweto case where the caregiver, the person who was supposed to be security, was violating these kids. I'm sure if we had footage, we would have been able to see movement into certain areas and, hey, manage who owns the info, but at least have it. That's how the Boston Marathon bombers were apprehended in less than 24 hours. It's because there was footage there. Yes, it violated people's privacy, which is another right, but man, I would rather be safe than have my confidentiality exclusively or absolutely. But I'm not saying one is better than the other. The reason I mentioned plotting the rights is exactly that there are so many areas, so I'm not going to be able to answer all the questions. There are so many areas that have to be addressed. And if you create a matrix, you are able to list things. You will leave others out, yes, and then you will add as you go along. But if you do it on a frequent basis, you'll be able to. Lastly, hey, multinationals can create demand where there is none. So sometimes what you look as Ernest Oppenheimer created a demand around diamonds, something which is pure carbon if you look at it chemically. Created a scarcity first and created a demand. Wrote songs like Diamonds Are a Girl's Best Friend, Diamonds Are Forever, the movies. Well, not wrote them. But what I mean is that's a fad you can create and end up feeding the appetite of multinationals. So what is called demand side is not always demand side. Sun City was built and people went there. It's not like they asked for a Sun City, but yes, some multinationals are so powerful, they can convince us we need something when we don't.
Thank you so much. We're going to close this panel now, just about on time for tea. So if we can just give a round of applause for our panel members.
We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, and the mic is still connected to a cord. I think I think all of you will agree that that panel discussion was indeed extremely engaging. And I think it's important that we start off the day, just to echo the words of Dr. Adams there, that we do need to start off, and of course of Chanel, that we do need to start off the day on a critical note, where we really think about these issues. And I think a lot of issues were raised from our panelists as well as you as participants in the discussion around what the fourth industrial revolution actually means for us and where we're going. And I think the difficulty is to try to balance the idea of the presence of what we call the fourth industrial revolution and it being here already versus all those underlying needs. Going back to Kuben's question around the issue of pit latrines versus iPads. And I think that is a very stark example of where we find ourselves. And I think for the rest of the conference, that is exactly what we're going to tease out. Of course, the next discussion that we're going to have, the next panel discussion would be regarding the digital divide, fourth industrial revolution, and its impact on vulnerable groups. And we will be, sitting in for that one at 11:45. So my request, my humble request, is that at 20 minutes to 12, if everyone can return to the venue, take our seats so that we can start on time. That way we get to lunch on time. That way we can also have the full extent, and we can exploit the full extent of these conversations and really enjoy them. It is tea now, so we have exactly half an hour for that. It's 11:15, if I'm not mistaken now. So if you can be back in half an hour's time. Thank you very much. Tea, refreshments, and everything else will be outside, so please feel free to move around. Thank you.
Thank you both so much.
A round of applause can do as well. If I could just ask everyone to start settling down, please. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that you grabbed yourself a cup of coffee, that you had, or tea, or water, or whatever your poison may be, and that you're refreshed for the next session, the next panel discussion. So, of course, the first panel discussion, I think, outlined some of the underlying broader macro challenges that, for lack of a better term, that one can look at. What is the fourth industrial revolution? Whose purposes, whose aims and purposes does it serve at the end of the day? But then, of course, we get to the next stage, and that is the detail behind this. Who are these vulnerable people that we are speaking about? What impacts are they facing? And how do we, I guess, create a more just society within the midst of the fourth industrial revolution? And to help us with that, of course, is this second panel, The Digital Divide, Fourth Industrial Revolution, and its impact on vulnerable groups. As I said, honing in on who those vulnerable groups are. Now, chairing this particular session would be Lloyd Lotz, who is the Provincial Manager for our KwaZulu-Natal office at the South African Human Rights Commission. And joining us on the panel is Dr. Rachel Adams, Senior Research Specialist at the SAHRC, as well as Dr. Chanel van der Berg, who's a Senior Researcher in Equality at the South African Human Rights Commission. Ms. Isabel Magaya was due to be part of this panel, but unfortunately couldn't make it. So it will just be the two of them. I think that this is definitely going to make for interesting conversation, especially around looking at what the fourth industrial revolution is, of course, as well as what we are seeing in terms of trends around vulnerable groups and how those people in turn can be impacted further. Lloyd, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kashwa. Good morning. Yes, it is still morning. Good morning, everyone. Commissioners, CEO, COO from the Human Rights Commission, colleagues from the Human Sciences Research Council, and everyone else that's present here today from all the different sectors. This is quite an interesting, I think for me, an interesting panel because of the role that we play as the South African Human Rights Commission, especially in the work that we do with regards to the impact, whether it's policy, law, in as far as vulnerable groups are concerned. Now, the workshop or conference began on a very interesting note in terms of looking at what is this fourth industrial revolution, and of course on issues that were discussed. And of course there were some controversial yet interesting issues that were raised from there. Now, my take really on, I know that we've got two very interesting panelists that will actually give us some input on what exactly they feel would be sort of the negatives and positive impacts on vulnerable groups by this so-called fourth industrial revolution. I'm also quite interested because at the backdrop of this, you know, in South Africa and elsewhere, but particularly in South Africa, there's a lot of discussions regarding the whole issue of digital penetration, the issue of the digital divide. We've learned recently that even the South African government has actually put together a task team with scientists and other experts that will be looking at this fourth industrial revolution. And I say this because, quite interestingly, we still find that there's huge challenges in South Africa. I mean, the Commission itself and States SA have pronounced on this whole issue of South Africa being a very unequal society. In fact, it's now said to be the most unequal society in the world. And what does that actually mean in as far as this whole discussion around fourth IR? Now, digital penetration, as far as I understand it, has really been said to be not only just about access to the internet, it's about technologies, and of course now we're in a global world where I can literally go on, and I mean we're using these platforms even now that have been disruptors, you know, within not only just the sector of ICT, but in terms of everything. I mean, we've got Ubers now, we have, you know, social platforms, you know, and so on, such as Twitter, Facebook, and so on. But digital penetration for me and the divide is also about the impact of things such as the geography and where people are located, them accessing, you know, a range of services and how that impacts on their daily lives. At the same time, we've also seen in South Africa there's been a discussion around the issue of spectrum, and I mean you go to the ICT sector. We know we've got the Department of Communication, which is sort of spearheading this. I mean, even now the issue of spectrum is still marred with a whole range of delays. And I mean, it is said that this spectrum will actually increase broadband, meaning that it will increase digital penetration. Currently, we're said to be sitting at 54% of internet use in as far as our population is concerned. But of course, we're seeing also at the same time that there's a high uptake in terms of young people. At the same time, we are told that with the increase of spectrum, it's going to increase access in as far as, you know, us moving to terrestrial television or the digital space. We'll also be able to increase competition in the sector. So there's a lot happening in as far as discussions around this issue of digital penetration. There's also an interesting development with USASA, the Universal Service Agency or Access Agency of South Africa, which has been tasked since I think the dawn of democracy, if I'm not mistaken, with increasing the so-called digital penetration and impacting on the digital divide. And they are faced with challenges because of the historical and current challenges that we have in South Africa. Now, with that being said, I'd like to welcome my panelists. We've got two interesting, like I said, interesting panelists. We've got Dr. Rachel Adams, who's a senior research specialist at SAHRC, and of course followed by our own Dr. Chanel van der Berg. And I'm hoping that with what I've just mentioned now, they will be impacting or rather inputting on the challenges that are faced by these so-called vulnerable groups. So with that being said, I'd like to hand over to our first speaker. And of course, I guess I'll follow suit with our previous chairperson in the previous panel, whereby once our panelists have given their input and presentation, there will be questions from myself, and also then we'll open up to everyone else. Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over to Dr. Rachel. Go to the front, thanks.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Hope you're not sick of me talking already. I think our program director very nicely, we just need the screen connected to here for the PowerPoint.
Should be there.
Okay.
Yeah, it is there.
So just start and then. Okay. All right, so our program director spoke a bit about how in this panel we're going to go into the details. In the previous panel we spoke about some of the structural concerns, we spoke about the number of kind of inequalities at play when we talk about the 4IR and its proponents. So I'm going to speak specifically about gender, and I'm going to speak fairly specifically about gender and artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is one of the key proponents of the fourth industrial revolution. There was a question in the tea break about, are we going to define the 4IR? Are we going to define what we're talking about here? And I think that's a really important question, and one that isn't so easily answered. So the fourth industrial revolution pertains apparently to the converging of the biological and the digital and the physical world. So the boundaries between these worlds collapsing and digitalization being at the forefront of this. And its major components include artificial intelligence and robotics and biotechnology and so forth. But amongst this, we have a large kind of imaginary of what the 4IR is. There's a lot of talk of what it is. And this kind of imaginary comes together with the material reality of what we currently have, as because so many of what's discussed as being these massive potentials or new developments within the fourth industrial revolution haven't yet come to South Africa. Or they're here and we don't know to what extent, to the prevalence of them. So in that way, it's quite difficult to define precisely what we mean by the 4IR. It means a kind of broad encompassing of both the material reality of digitalization that we have at the moment, encompassed with the kind of narratives and the way in which it's being spoken about in policy, in the private sector, and in the public space. So, with that being said, I want to start with a quote by our president. This was said at the first digital summit last year in 2019, when he said that this revolution, the fourth industrial revolution, must be harnessed and placed at the disposal of the program of transformation on which our country embarked in 1994. So of course, when we talk about transformation, human rights is the way in which this program of transformation was concretized in the Bill of Rights. And the President is calling for us to harness the 4IR as if it is a thing outside of society for the benefit of society. But of course, as we can see, the boundaries here are overlapping, and it is as much as it is in society as it is outside of society. So we're going to get into the details of whether it can inherently promote inclusive economic growth, as the policy statements on the 4IR currently claim or currently are working towards, and to try and problematize that and say, well, there's nothing inherently inclusive about economic growth, which I think was really at the heart of the previous panel, and to talk about why, and to talk about the kind of intersectional impact of that, and for me, I will be talking about that in terms of gender. So just to give a kind of broad impact of how we can think about gender and women specifically within the context of the 4IR. The 4IR is obviously led by the STEM sciences, science, technology, engineering, and maths. And these have historically been fields of knowledge associated with men. They are rational, logical, scientific realms which are not so adequately suited to women and feminine forms of thought. So already we have a bit of a disjuncture there. Certain studies in the US have shown how, in fact, there was so many women in computer science in the 1950s and 1960s. But as computer science started to be something that was seen as of strategic value to the country as a whole and to states and sovereignty, these positions started to be occupied by men. So in the 1970s and 1980s, you had 1/3 of computer science graduates being women. And by a couple of years ago, this figure dropped from 33% to about 18, 19%. So there's been a gradual drop-off. So when we talk about the digital divide, we're talking about it increasing. The other thing that has been shown, I'm going to talk about gendered AI, so AI that's literally figured as women. But the other ways in which AI and gender has become something quite problematic is with algorithmic systems that are trained on massive amounts of historical data that have then shown a bias towards women and equally towards racial minorities. So this data that's collected in order to train an algorithm it cannot be trained on anything that is other than historical data. So it doesn't create new equal worlds, it reproduces the inequalities that are already existing within our world. One of the main kind of problems that we have identified within policy of the 4IR is this potential for job losses. But we haven't stopped to think about, well, whose jobs are at risk? Who is going to be the most impacted by this? And there's been sort of some studies that are beginning to show that women may be most vulnerable to this, but people that occupy service positions or that are engaged in kind of repetitive manual work that can be easily replaced by a machine or a robot. Then the benefits of the 4IR are all associated with access to the internet. But there's been a recent report from APC that has shown that within the African continent, women have increasingly less access to the internet than men, which is also a symptom of the digital divide. So if women have less access to the internet, they're obviously less able to harness the opportunities that supposedly come with the 4IR. And then the last thing is this emphasis on skills development. So the white paper on science, technology, and innovation that came out last year and that spoke about artificial intelligence and spoke about the fourth industrial revolution said the way we will overcome these problems is by reskilling people and retraining people who may be subject to job loss. But this assumes that those people have time to be reskilled. And women who are doing informal work and then going home and caring for families and children and the elderly and the sick, who are engaged in all sorts of domestic activities, do not have the same time that others may have to reskill and to learn new skills. So policy at the moment does not take into account the differential lived experiences of the different portions of our population when it makes these broad statements to say, it's okay, we'll just reskill everyone. So my work to date has been very much focused on gendered artificial intelligence and what this means. And because I have looked at this work very much through a lens of human rights and international human rights law, I felt that it was appropriate to talk about it here. This is voice assistance on your phone. So anyone with a smartphone will have a voice assistant of one kind or another. So Siri for Apple users, Bixby for Samsung users. On your Microsoft computer, you will have Cortana. There's also the pods that you can have at home, the Amazon's Alexa and Google Home. So all of these constitute virtual personal assistants, and they are one of the most ubiquitous forms of artificial intelligence insofar as so many of our populations engage with them on a daily basis. So there was a report by UNESCO just last year that said by 2020, and we're in 2020, more people will be having conversations with their personal assistants than they will with their spouses. So if this is the case, we need to think really carefully about what are the implications on humanity of these technologies and where can we think about human rights falling into this framework of inquiry. So my initial concern with these AI-led virtual personal assistants was that they all have a default female voice, all of them. And this is because behavioral economics says, well, actually, we are much more happy bossing about a woman. We don't want to boss about a man. That doesn't fit with us. We want to give instructions to a woman. We're just more comfortable with that. So already we're replaying highly kind of problematic assumptions about the way in which we interact with gender in our society. Then all these devices have, apart from Google Home, and apart from Bixby, but we'll talk about Bixby in a minute, all of them have female names. So Siri is a Nordic name, which means the beautiful woman that will lead you to victory. I mean, it's awful. And Alexa is the statue here. Alexa was the Greek goddess of, it was an epithet for the Greek goddess Hera. And Hera was the goddess of domesticity, of the family, of the home, of children, and of fertility. So all things feminine. And then Cortana is this awful digital projection on your right. So I don't think I even need to explain the problems. That's the image that Microsoft use for Cortana. And then these virtual personal assistants are programmed to speak in ways that engage you in conversation. They're supposed to come across as really human-like and lifelike. And a woman clearly figures more into that role in the imagination of these technicians. So I don't know if any of you have watched Spike Jonze's film Her, and it's about how Joaquin Phoenix, I always pronounce his name wrong, falls in love with Scarlett Johansson, who is a virtual personal assistant, and we only have her voice. And the designers for Amazon's Alexa said, well, we want to create a virtual personal assistant that is as attractive and is as seducing as Scarlett Johansson in Her. So it was very much, the whole design of this system was based on a really sexualized idea of a woman. And then the way in which this characterization was developed was largely through the default female voice and then the female name, and then these kind of, I'm sorry, this is really provocative, but these kinds of responses to certain questions that are obviously reveal a gender bias. So my favorite example is actually Bixby. So on the female voiced Bixby, if you program, it comes as a default female voice, and if you ask this female voice, if any of you have asked her, talk dirty to me, she responds, I don't want to end up on Santa's naughty list, which is fair enough, but it's suggestive, right? And then if you put your Bixby device, and you can all do this now, if you put your Bixby device to a male voice and ask it the same question, it says something about soil erosion. I heard soil erosion is a real dirt problem. So something that really flattens and doesn't suggest a kind of further sexualized conversation. So from here, you can see that both Cortana and Alexa identify as female in nature. I mean, it's not natural, but in nature. And then Siri says that she exists beyond our understanding of gender, suggesting that technology is itself above human conceptualizations of society, and not that technology is itself a product of society. So what happens here is it plays on stereotyped ideas of women whose labor is in service of men. It makes a value statement about the type of work that women traditionally perform as less important. So the whole kind of theory behind these virtual personal assistants is if you can get them to do your shopping and program your diary, then you are freed up to do the more important work. But of course that makes a statement at the same time that the work they're doing is less important, and therefore the work that secretaries and all of these kinds of positions and work is of less value in society. And then, of course, Siri, Alexa, Cortana, they have no right to say no. They have no right to refuse the command of their user, which inherently plays into the male desire of the submissive female. And the submissive female whose labor is not seen, and it's free of messy things like emotion, and it doesn't, reciprocity is spelt wrong, please ignore, and it's undeserving of reciprocity. It doesn't require anything back. So I had identified this problem partly with a colleague of mine, Dr. Norini Lidzom from the University of London, and we looked at, well, what role could human rights law play here? And whenever we are looking at issues around gender, we often go to CEDAW and look immediately at what CEDAW has to say. And I found something that I felt was really quite interesting. Under General Recommendation number 28. So, is this the right one? Let me just double check, I'm sorry. no, this is actually a different one. Okay, so general recommendation number 28 sets out the core obligations of state parties under CEDAW, one of which is to eradicate or work towards the eradication of gender stereotypes, which clearly falls into this. But what the CEDAW Convention also anticipated when it was established in the 1970s was that there may arise new forms of discrimination against women. This is why it's called the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, because it recognizes that new forms may arise and that still falls within its ambit. General recommendation number 25 on Article 4. So this general recommendation was looking at what are the real critical issues that must immediately be addressed by states to promote gender equality and women's empowerment. And one of them speaks to gender stereotyping. And it talks about gender stereotyping as an indirect form of discrimination. So it's not always obvious to see and work out why it is discriminatory against women, but it has this kind of longer-term structural impact. And as it says, because of the generally existing subordination of women by men. Then the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action started to talk more about women's rights in conversation with growing technological development. And it's wrote about, with advances in computer technology, global access to information continues to increase and expand, creating new opportunities for the participation of women in communications in the mass media and for the dissemination of information about women. So it's recognizing the opportunities that come with this digital networking in terms of access and voice and connecting to others that are disempowered. But on the other hand, the global communication networks have been used to spread stereotyped and demeaning images of women for narrow commercial and consumerist purposes. And written in 1995, this seems to speak exactly to this problem we have with gendered AI today. So much more recently, in 2011, the UN Commission for the Status of Women held its 55th session, and it took as its theme access and participation of women and girls in education, training, and science and technology, including for the promotion of women's equal access to full employment and decent work. And a commitment was made under the report that came out from this 55th session to encourage the integration of a gendered perspective throughout all stages of education and continuous learning, and the use of gender-based analysis and gender impact assessments in research and development in the science and technologies, and promote a user-driven approach to technology development in order to increase the relevance and usefulness of advancements in science and technology for both women and men. This is so pertinent, but it's so lost as we think about who is designing these technologies that have such a ubiquitous reach across our society. Where was the gendered impact assessment when Amazon created Alexa or when Apple created Siri? There clearly wasn't one done. And I think this is going to be part of the work of national human rights institutions and human rights institutions to develop frameworks for human rights impact assessments, not just for the public sector, but for the private sector too. The other framework that I looked at was the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, Google, these are all private multinational companies. And to an extent, the human rights framework we have does not place binding obligations on private actors, and it instead places them on state actors. So that's quite a conundrum that within this particular context of inquiry we need to think through. So business, Principle 18, one of the principles that's outlined in the Ruggie Principles or the UN Principles on Business and Human Rights, is that business enterprises should identify and assess any actual or potential adverse human rights impacts within their own business activities and those of their partners or subsidiaries. And this is very much, again, around this idea of thinking about doing human rights impact assessments, which included gendered, and of course a racial impact assessment. How does this impact on different segments of our population? How does this technology impact people differently and who are most vulnerable to discrimination as a result of that. The last thing I want to mention is about how these international human rights frameworks can be operationalized within national contexts. And of course, the role of a national human rights institution is so valuable here. But there's also a question around what powers these institutions have. So recently we've had the development of data protection authorities globally, and in South Africa we've had the establishment of the information regulator. And these data protection authorities have a greater power, or maybe we could talk about having a different power, in terms of being able to impose fines where a company or a public entity has been shown to have an adverse impact on the right to privacy specifically. But as I always say, when it comes to South Africa, the right to privacy cannot be thought of outside of its relationship with other rights. We can't simply isolate the right to privacy without thinking about its intersectional experience. We cannot talk about it outside of human dignity, or talk about it outside of equality, or talk about it outside of freedom of expression and other human rights. So the way in which we engage with other institutions that have mandates to promote human rights, and those human rights that come to the fore within the age of the 4IR becomes really important. So I'm going to leave it there. These are 2 self-promoting articles that speak to this, if anyone wanted to read more. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rachel. I think that was quite a very useful, I think eye-opening presentation. I think in terms of a very interesting perspective, that being, of course, gender. And of course, it's also quite interesting to hear and to learn that, at times we subtly, don't take note of some of the stereotypes that are sort of perpetuated even in the very devices that we are carrying. I was just reminded as well of how my 10-year-old often uses Siri on my phone, and I've never once actually thought of Siri and of course as an AI mechanism in the way in which you've highlighted it this morning. Before I allow Dr. van der Berg to proceed, before I forget, perhaps I'll just pose a question which you can answer later. And I think it comes from the very issue that you raised in as far as the Human Rights Commission having a role to play, particularly on impact assessments. And you raised interesting issues regarding or around skills development, and how perhaps from a policy and legal perspective, we never really think about those issues that are nuances to the way in which women are impacted, for example. And secondly, on the whole issue of, you talked about the digital divide and how, especially for women, it's sort of increasing per se. The question that I have for you would be, how do we, we know that with technology now, it's ubiquitous, etc. We do have the challenges that we have. How do we influence and impact positively on especially the tech guys, the gurus and so on? Because most of the time you find that the legal framework and the policy frameworks are never in line with technology developments and advancements. We're always playing catch up. So perhaps maybe we need to rethink as to how we could, bringing up, from a young age, perhaps, I don't know, how we could influence and impact on that. Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. van der Berg, I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you to Rachel as well. So we heard in the first panel that sustainable development is viewed by many as an oxymoron. And certainly that is something we need to consider. So there are many people who think that the only way to avoid extinction of the human race and the end of civilization is to stop development in its tracks. And at a development conference in London last year, that is exactly what the keynote speaker, one of the organizers of the Extinction Rebellion, told us. Be that as it may, development is going to carry on. So we really need to think about the promise of the Sustainable Development Goals when the whole agenda is based on the principle of leaving no one behind. What do we mean by this? And how do we create space for those who want to be left behind, who want to read physical books and manufacture their own products and so forth? And I think there are many of us that are shrinking away from this digital space, that have closed our Facebook and our Twitter accounts as we getting too much of the world intruding into our lives. So we need to think about what it means to leave no one behind. And then we also have another dichotomy we have to deal with, and that also Angela Fick mentioned this, but it's viewing technological optimism as a panacea instead of as a logical fallacy, which is what every first-year philosophy student will learn in universities in South Africa, is that it is a logical fallacy, and we cannot design and innovate our way out of the hole we have dug for ourselves as collective humanity. And we are all, as we're sitting here, we've received cancellations for conferences and so on due to this cusp of the pandemic that we're facing. And technology is not aiding us in this regard. All right, so in the context of the Sustainable Development Goals and this fourth industrial revolution coming our way, where are we at the moment? So as we've already heard many speakers say, we remain the most unequal country in the world for which there is available data. Our Gini coefficient for income stands at 0.68%, where 1 is perfect inequality. And our wealth Gini coefficient is estimated at 0.95%. So we're almost at the point of perfect inequality in this country. The factors that lead to poverty and to inequality have been distorted as race, gender, education, geographical location, and in terms of unemployment, we see youth is also a huge factor in our country. So where are we in terms of human rights? Well, in terms of education, we have children dying, falling into pit latrines. We have several schools on the brink of collapse because of poor infrastructure. We have schools without access to electricity, without proper structures, where children sit in the rain with umbrellas to try and learn. We've got children who can't, 78% of our grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning. We've got similar challenges with numeracy. Where do we stand with health? We've got a two-tiered health system where 16% of the South African population is covered by medical aid, and of that 16%, over 90% are white. As our country also struggles with the NHI. Where do we stand in terms of housing? We've got severe housing backlogs. We still have sprawling informal settlements with no transportation, located remotely and far away from work opportunities. Where do we stand on land? Land reform has been almost non-existent. We stand nowhere in terms of the equitable redistribution of land. And we face massive backlogs, once again, in terms of restitution and tenure. Where do we stand with children? While closely connected to basic education, certainly we are leaving our children behind, and they are actually the first casualties of the political and economic choices that have been made in this country since colonization, apartheid, and now democracy. And then where do we stand on the internationally guaranteed right to work? Again, we have some of the highest unemployment rates in the world. Okay, so that is the divide we faced with, and unfortunately, we are pre-industrial revolution with the divide we need to address, and it is a physical divide mostly. And we see lawyers, human rights activists, judges constantly focusing on these physical shortcomings. Are we ever going to move beyond just having a basic minimum then? In order to move beyond a point of just a basic minimum where we're at least surviving and our children can at least survive when they go to school. If we want to move beyond that, we have to have a holistic and comprehensive policy implementation agenda. So that means that we do need to take these technological changes and advancements seriously and start seeing them as part of what human beings value and what human beings need to participate in society and in life. Okay, so where are we with the fourth industrial revolution? Are we prepared? Have we met the promises and the objectives of the third industrial revolution, which was characterized by connectivity and renewable energy? No, we haven't. Okay, so in terms of internet, in terms of connectivity, I think we're sitting at around 62% penetration rate. We see that 70% of urban households have access, whereas only 42% of rural households have access. 63% of male-headed households versus 60% of female-headed households. 90% of white households versus 58% black African households. So again, we see that the same factors that lead to this physical poverty and inequality also lead to this widening digital divide. So how to proceed? First things first, we need to address the third industrial revolution and the objectives we need to achieve there. So we need to get connected, and we need to really focus on renewable energy, because the fourth industrial revolution is going to be of no use of anyone if there is no one left on the planet. Okay. So we heard that in terms of gender, the fourth industrial revolution poses real challenges. And I think if Rachel had a bit more time, she also would have told us about the race profiling that's inherent in artificial intelligence. So we're all familiar, I think, with a recent example where one typed something into a search engine and black people are portrayed. Instead of having a picture of a black person, there's a picture of a monkey that is generated by the search engine. And then, of course, for airport security, we're already being racially profiled. Artificial, as Rachel said, the technology mirrors the inequalities we're already faced with, and we see that again in terms of racial discrimination, gender discrimination, and certainly geographic discrimination. We also, however, see that this particular industrial revolution might also be discriminatory towards older persons. I know my parents struggle to switch on a computer, so it's big leaps if you're not used to these very quick developments that are occurring every day. Okay. Then in terms of disability, we also need to work towards ensuring that as we connect everybody, connectivity is accessible. So we need to also make sure that we don't leave behind persons with disabilities as we move towards technological advancement. On the positive side, if we have online education and we have real digital literacy and we have quality access, not just access, but quality connections, that can have real positive incomes for children, for education development, for the inherent value that education has, but also for the human capital instrumental value it has, in that people can find work or seek work through the internet and remotely. Also, as we're on the cusp of a pandemic, we see large corporations like Nike and Twitter have their employees work from home so as not to spread the coronavirus. As I said, we just had an event cancelled for later this month due to the coronavirus. So through remote education, we can remotely find work. Eventually, we can work remotely, and that can help us realize other rights, like the right to the highest attainable standard of health that is also guaranteed at international law. In terms of artificial intelligence, we've got examples of robots assisting older persons and people with disabilities. So this takes the place of a caregiver, which could lessen the need for social grants, and it could also free up the time of women for all the unpaid work that women are currently doing as carers. So that would be positive. In terms of corruption and illicit financial flows, we can certainly bolster our monitoring systems and try to root this out more effectively. When we talk about illicit financial flows and corruption, which certainly has an impact on human rights, we're also squarely talking about the private sector. So here comes business and human rights. As we advance technologically, we have to advance from placing all our expectations on the state. The private sector is just as important. What about land? And we've heard this again is from Victor in the first panel. We need to use technology to respond to the needs of African societies. Again, here it seems that Africa could easily just follow the traditional West. And then all this progress and debates we've been having about decoloniality and centering Africa in the middle of the conversation, we would have again regressed. So we need to establish Africa as a thought leader in this discourse in technological advancement. What does it mean for Africa? What does Africa want to gain out of this, and how is it going to help Africa? What does Africa have to contribute? And I think this will really manifest in the relationship that we have with land on this continent. And whereas there might be a lot of focus on automation, lots of job losses, in the agricultural industry, we know that land is more than just a source of income. It's got a deep social, cultural, and spiritual connection to many people who live on it. So I think there we will certainly see an impact. In terms of access to information and administrative justice, wouldn't it be great if we could just get our licenses and so forth from artificial intelligence? It would certainly increase efficiency, but it would cause job losses, and these people would need to be absorbed into the labor force. In terms of access to information, we're seeing systemic non-compliance. It's getting worse. We also note as a commission, and we've said this to Parliament, that the Promotion of Access to Information Act is no longer fit for purpose in a digital age. So we need a whole-scale amendment of this law. So what is the role of the South African Human Rights Commission as a national human rights institution? Firstly, all national human rights institutions have to get their own houses in order. We need ICT systems that work. We need to be able to have complaints handling systems that track progress and give us sufficient details. We need to be able to monitor government responses. We need to be able to have databases with our own administrative data that the Commission generates, because it's of so much value to civil society and to government as well. Once we've got our own house in order, we need to start monitoring government. We need to start monitoring those government departments that we don't traditionally associate with doing human rights work. So Department of Communications, various state-owned entities, these also need to be monitored. We need to start thinking about interpreting substantive rights to housing, to healthcare, to education, as including both enabling rights and enabling technologies, like the right of access to the internet and the iPads that were mentioned. And then we need to advise the government, as we do, to amend pieces of legislation that have become obsolete, such as the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Also, and I'll leave it at this, but we need to seriously start monitoring the human rights obligations of the private sector. The private sector is leading this revolution. The previous industrial revolutions have benefited the elite private sector. It's got a clear impact on human rights, and we've got Section 8 of the Constitution, so we've got a great mechanism to actually do this monitoring work for the private sector and business especially as well. And in that way, a national human rights institution with government and with the private sector can at least try not to leave anyone behind as we rapidly advance technologically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chanel. I think that you have raised some interesting questions. You've highlighted, some of the positive and negative impacts that the so-called fourth industrial revolution and/or technology has on the vulnerable groups. You've also, I think, quite interestingly juxtaposed that to the different areas, including health, education, in as far as children are concerned. And I think you highlighted something quite interesting also, in as far as the fact that we know in South Africa, we've learned that 78% of learners in grade 4 can read for meaning, as you said. And I think in the previous panel, it was also highlighted because we see government is also spearheading this whole issue of putting tablets into primary schools. Some of these schools are now teaching learners to code, etc. So how do we ensure then as to how do we ensure that children are not left behind? And I think the concern that was also highlighted in the previous panel was that we're going to have, as we have now, challenges with the so-called kids that can't access higher education because either they've dropped out of school or because of poor primary education. They can't really, so they're sort of idling at home, they can't be employed, they're not skilled, and so on. And perhaps maybe a question to you as well before we open it up, and Rachel will answer first, and then you'll get an opportunity, Chanel. Mine for you, and I think you also highlighted the role of the Human Rights Commission as a national human rights institution in terms of the role that we can play in monitoring government and, of course, sorting our own house in order. Now, one of the challenges that are faced within this particular discussion around, advancements of ICT, fourth industrial revolution, etc., is that I think there was a study that was done, and it was indicating that not only in South Africa but globally as well, that many companies, institutions, etc., are not really, their systems, internal systems are not really sort of aligned and converging, speaking to each other. So it looks like even internally, different divisions are working in silos. And part of the opportunity with the so-called fourth industrial revolution would be for us to converge. I mean, you think of a situation whereby a person can access an app, but through accessing an app, they've got access to all the different sections or units within a particular organization that can assist them, whether it's internal by employees or external. So my question to you, having said that, Chanel, Section 28 of the Constitution is quite clear because you touched on children. And it says, without mentioning the different subsections, but it says that in everything that's got to do with the child or children, it must be treated, I forget the wording now, but it must be of paramount importance. I didn't want to misquote what the Constitution says there, but how do you think we as not only just the South African Human Rights Commission, but in other sectors as well, I mean the private sector included, how do we do better, whether it's from policy and other mechanisms, to ensure that we live up to that? Because, as you said, children are being left behind. But what do we do to ensure that we don't have, because children are the future, we don't have them looking back at us and saying we were failed by our parents or by the previous generation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lloyd. So I'm going to respond to your first question. If we can move the mic, about impact assessments and about how we can influence the work of computer scientists and coders and those designing this technological world to design something that is more inclusive. So I think the first thing to be said is that we need to ensure that these tech design teams are inclusive and representative. If it's a bunch of white men in California designing systems for here, it's not going to work for us. It's going to produce implicit biases, and it's going to develop out of their own value systems in ways that may erase the lived realities here in South Africa. So ensuring that we have inclusive and representative design teams, particularly for technologies that have a large impact across society as a whole, technologies that may work on issuing grants or providing access to loans and financing, for example. And then I think the other thing to say is that there's been a move because of how influential these tech coders and computer sciences are in creating the frameworks and the infrastructure of our new digital world, how influential they are, that they are professionals that need human rights training as part of their university degrees. So in Stanford, in Berkeley, and universities in California at the moment who are training computer scientists, they are including courses on gender, on the social impact of technology, on the legal implications around new technologies, and on the implications for humanity. And I think this is absolutely essential. If we think about the fourth industrial revolution as this space where the boundaries are collapsing, those boundaries need to collapse professionally and through training too, so that we understand each other's worlds and we can help each other create something that is more inclusive. In terms of impact assessments, data protection impact assessments have become a really critical tool in the European Union now for assessing how far a new technology may impact on people's right to privacy. But because the General Data Protection Regulation, the GDPR, is embedded within a human rights framework, the European Union human rights framework, when these data protection impact assessments are done, they are required not only to look at the impact on privacy, but to look more broadly at the impact of these new technologies on all human rights falling under the European Union's human rights framework. So I think that that's really helpful, and we should think about how human rights impact assessments here can be done in ways that recognize the interrelationship between the realization of human rights. And then impact assessments or human rights impact assessments do not need to be done at the end, you know, ex ante, ex post, all of this. We can do a impact assessment before a new technology is issued out into the world, and then a year or two down the line as the context and conditions of our society has changed. So thinking in a more holistic way about when an impact assessment can be used, I think, is also helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so the event that was cancelled due to the coronavirus was an impact assessment. My answer is shorter about the best interests of the child. So again, we needed a holistic approach. We saw in the State of the Nation debate that coding will be introduced for children grade R to grade 3. That's certainly positive as long as it's part of a comprehensive approach, meaning that they're also learning how to read for meaning, do basic numeracy skills, and so forth. And I think it's really, really important that we preserve traditional knowledge for future generations. So we heard about language, and we've got our indigenous official languages, and then we also have the Khoisan group, as we refer to them, that's just being eroded as a community more and more so. And from this rich cultural heritage, we have to preserve this for our children. Otherwise, I think that will be the real betrayal, because it seems like you see a 3-year-old child, they've got an iPad in their hand, right? Technology doesn't seem to be the issue with children. In urban areas at least, and you can afford it, but we mustn't get to a day where a physical book is forgotten, or these rich oral stories and knowledge transmission has been buried by technology. So I think that's really important to keep on the agenda. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I think we still have a bit of time, I think about 15 minutes before lunch or so. So perhaps we could open this up now to everyone for questions and some answers.
I think to both the doctors, the first question that I have is, I think always when we have this conversation, and maybe it's too much science fiction, but we always have this view of a dystopian society where the rich and the people who have access to technology and money and wealth live a healthy, genetically enhanced, technologically enhanced life, and everyone else is living in squalor. How does one then, what is the conversation that we need to have to prevent that future? Because ultimately, if you think about any particular technology that has ever been rolled out, whether it be cell phones, computers, the internet, anything that we take for granted today, it was always the upper middle class that had first access to it and then everyone else after the fact. But the advantage was felt by those first, the group that interacted with those bits of technology first. So how do we prevent that? So whether we talk about Steve Jobs that romantically started his business out of his parents' garage, the issue is he knew what a personal computer was. And that makes a big difference.
Thank you. There was a question, the gentleman here in the front as well. Then, okay.
I've got the mic. Thank you very much. This workshop is really allowing us dreamers to dream of the future, but not too distant future. So the thoughts that are coming to my mind now is how we can influence technology or tech designers to, first of all, let me just go back a step. Last week I was on a TV talk show and we were talking about the right to an identity. And of course, the ID document applications came up. And I'm now sitting here thinking, wow, it would be so good for the Human Rights Commission to be able to monitor Department of Home Affairs. So I sit in my office and I get a call from somebody that says, I applied in 2016. And those are some of the complaints that we were getting. I applied in 2016 for an ID document. I am still waiting. So it would be so beneficial for the legal officers and whoever is handling this investigation, or to say, what is your date of birth? So I key in date of birth and key in the name, and up comes this information to say, this person applied in Randburg, and this is where the ID document has been held up. Because when we called the Home Affairs about one of the complaints, we were told, oh, but there must be a good reason for the delay, a delay of 4 years. The other one is within the Human Rights Commission itself, and I think we've talked about this, CEO, that a complainant should be able to track their own complaint. So I registered my complaint on such and such a day. Where is it? Where is the delay? And I can talk to the computer or on my phone and track what is happening. And then, Lloyd, you mentioned the best interest of the child. Registration, birth certificates, which is a right of every child, and it holds on particularly in poor families, where the child is entitled to a social grant, but they are not getting it because they do not have a birth certificate. And those are real problems that are happening right now. So, I'm just thinking of the day when we have all this access to technology. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. The gentleman in the front, and I think, sorry? The gentleman right here. Okay. Right here. Perhaps we can maybe, because of time.
Thank you very much, Dad.
Sorry, before you proceed, okay. Maybe because of time, I've noted 2 other hands. So I think Victor, and there was a lady right at the back there, and maybe the third one, Fadla. And then we'll maybe request some answers, and if we have time, we'll go for another round. Thank you.
I'll be very quick. Okay. I think we must accept that gender-based violence, it's a social problem. Which I think most men don't want to accept. We need to get to a stage, and I think I want to suggest that our colleagues who were on the panel actually should comment on this matter. We've been trying to put a tactical response team through the Department of Social Development to be able to trace the perpetrators of gender-based violence through the Gender-Based Command Center in Pretoria. We must get to a stage where we are able to trace these perpetrators without even having to struggle to get the police there. You know, we must find them where they are and arrest them on the spot and deal with the matters quite. I mean, the court cases that are sitting in Fisachi Street at the domestic violence court, it's amazingly a huge backlog. You get a lady who gets there to get a protection order, and they spend 4 hours standing at the window, just struggling to fill in a form, you know? And these things should be done technologically, very simply by speaking to the whatever medium of instruction that would take this and the case and put it on the spot so that it's on the court roll. Secondly, with the issue of children, you know, the chairperson of the panel was talking about children. Children of today, they are far advanced than us. They can operate your cell phone with you not knowing. What I want us to do is to be able to just watch that they don't look at things that they shouldn't see. Other than that, my son tells me my phone is a switchboard, and I've got the most advanced phone probably, I guess. And he says, Buddha, this thing of yours, it's very simple to use, man. It's a switchboard. Just let's show you how to use it. So, but while we are teaching these children coding and robotics and things like that, let's look at how they are going to go into the job market, to access the job market in the future, to be able to make, to access their labor rights properly and be able to work and develop our economy. With regard to persons with disabilities, that I can speak about that the whole day. I don't want to start there. The problem here, Chairperson, is the question of affordability. Most of the software, I mean, I'm using one of the most advanced technologies here on this little thing here. And it's probably 5 years ahead. You know, you've got to find this thing somewhere in the United States or in Japan. It's not available here in South Africa. But you've got to go and pay 59,000 rand just for this little thing here that you can see. You see? So I can be able to work. If I get here and there's no braille, for instance, I can't be able to follow the proceedings in the house. But then because of technology, one is able to just click in a memory stick and then just read and transcribe and record the whole meeting. But how many people can afford this, you see? So you're talking about I don't know how many percent of persons with disabilities. Less than 1% of persons with disabilities can afford such things. So it's the question of affordability that must be taken into consideration. Universal design and access is extremely important in this case, but it must be user-friendly. It has to be, to save space, it must follow all the principles of universal design as they are. Thanks very much.
Thank you, colleagues. Mine is just to comment. I think I agree with the latter speaker. I'm not sure also whether the Human Rights Commission is also ready to roll out and deal with the impact of Fourth Industrial Revolution. As you have indicated, the cost. And also, because I'm coming from a rural province, which is Limpopo, the issue of accessibility to the Human Rights Commission is still an issue. Yes, if we want to talk about the technology, how can we maybe serve people from Masisi there, where the network is still a problem? I mean, most of the people might have the device, but you might find that the network is not working all the time. So others have to go to the mountain to access internet, or to make a call. So those are the questions that we should, when we move forward, because if we are talking about vulnerable groups, we're also referring to children, women, and people living with disabilities. So how are we going to make sure that if we are moving, we don't leave anyone behind? The readiness, I think that is an issue that I wanted to to raise. Let us make sure that we are ready. Even the Human Rights Commission itself, our internet is up and down all the time. So it's a challenge that we need to address. So if we really want to move and maybe be in a situation that we cope with the fourth industrial revolution. But there is another issue that I also wanted to raise, which is a bit problematic, might be problematic. The issue of the impact of fourth industrial revolution to employment. How many people are going to lose their jobs if we move to fourth industrial revolution? Because the moment we use technology to do most of the things, majority of our people are going to be jobless. So it means that maybe for us to employ legal officers, we might look into retrenching some of them and use technology to access our people instead of having warm bodies to travel all over the country. So what is the impact of this fourth industrial revolution?
Okay, no, thank you very much. Our program director has just indicated to me that we are sort of delving into the lunchtime. So there were two more questions that, or people that I identified. Can I please just apologize to you now and say, I'm going to stop it here now. And perhaps maybe we can have an opportunity during lunch to interact with the panelists, but let's just allow them to respond. I think there was about 5 questions. So just some quick responses. And I think this is it can be an ongoing discussion, you know? And I know there's other panels as well that may be dealing with the issues, some of the issues that have come on from the floor. Thank you.
Are we giving last responses? Okay, very quickly. What conversation do we need to be having? We need to be having this conversation. So let's all get involved. I mean, I think one of the big things we're talking about here is this question of how do we harness these technologies for good? I've been working with a colleague in the UK whose whole work is about the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities and saying that autonomous cars should not be for the elite, they should be for people with disabilities in order to increase access and work towards universal design. So I think we need to think more creatively about the human rights frameworks we do have, the obligations that they do concretize for state actors and non-state actors, and use them in more forceful and creative ways in order to address this question of using technologies for good.
Okay, thank you very much. So one, Gashwal, middle class advantage. The thing is, with the fourth industrial revolution, it's going to create demand for high skilled and low skilled work. So it's actually, we're going to be dealing with a missing middle again. So it's a bit different from the other ones. Commissioner Makwetla, and you must have heard when the Commission subpoenaed Department of Home Affairs, they said, oh, sorry, we couldn't respond to the Commission because our inbox only accepts emails of a certain size. And then we've also met with the Department of Water and Sanitation, as they were previously known, and they are very happy to proactively disclose water use licenses, which is very important for mining affected communities, but they don't have the ICT infrastructure to do it. So it's, and the Commission's got the same problem. About tracking your own complaints, we must remember the Ahmed Kathrada Foundation Racism app. I think that's a great blueprint for us going forward. In terms of gender-based violence, yes, absolutely. So artificial intelligence can be used to fight crime. It can also be used as an alert, like an alarm mechanism, like a panic button. So there is this gender-based violence one where you can tell your family, so the alert actually goes to your family, and it's yellow, orange, or red, depending on how threatened you feel. So that's great, but is it going to work in this society? It's another question, this unequal society. About sexual offences courts being inefficient and inaccessible, same with equality courts and other courts. We should also have online accessible databases of this jurisprudence because it's for the people, especially equality court jurisprudence. It's got to be available at the touch of a button and it's got to be accessible. How can we have equality court jurisprudence that's inaccessible to people with disabilities? And yes, absolutely universal design and access. When we talk about business and human rights, we've got to talk about that duty to reasonably accommodate. And we can't see these expensive gadgets as an undue burden on the employer, right? We need to have an inclusive society. Obviously, universal design is the first prize, then we don't have to expend on reasonable accommodation. Victor, Limpopo has got the lowest internet penetration of all the provinces. And that's when I was talking about quality. So it's not just about access and penetration, it's about the quality of your connection, right? The issue with rural areas is the rolling out of the infrastructure necessary. So we've got some examples of mining companies actually providing Wi-Fi to the communities in the surrounding areas. That's great, and it also, again, plays to business and human rights. So if we're going to get public-private partnerships in place, then we can roll out these types of innovations in rural areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very, very much. I think we're out of time. The last thing I'm going to say really is thank you to the panelists for, I think, a very interesting input and discussion. I think last from me is to say that, I think as said by a Harvard University professor, and I quote, "If you think that education is expensive, try ignorance." Thank you.
I think both panels this morning were extremely insightful, and we really thank all the speakers. I think another round of applause would do. I think just as a short reflection, the one thing that I find fascinating is a lot of these developments, and I think that Angelo Fick spoke about it this morning, is that the sort of the discord between science and technology, and he gave a definition of what he terms as science and what he terms as technology. A lot of this is driven by commercial interests. I want to sell a product, I want to be more efficient in my particular commercial space, and then what tends to happen is after the fact, after you have the net result of said technology, after the fact, then we start thinking about the human rights implications. And I find it fascinating that something as simple as Siri, which we take for granted and everyone else talks about how wonderful Siri is specifically designed to be gendered. And how then does that reinforce certain notions, attitudes, patriarchy, misogyny, and all of the other added things that we are dealing with and struggling with as a society. So I think extremely insightful. Anyway, you can digest that during lunch, which will end at 2 o'clock. And let's start at 2. We've been doing really well on time. I think you deserve a round of applause for yourself. Thank you. As you enjoy lunch.
Thank you.
Just very quickly, the venue for lunch is called the Central One Restaurant. It is in the building. If you make your way, and then you just find the Central One Restaurant. Number two, we have spoken to security because of people leaving behind laptops and such. They will lock the venue during lunch and then unlock it, of course, when we return. Thanks.
using notes. No. No, the one next to it. Yeah, let's put it on the desktop.
Sewujile. Andiyabuleka. The technician is coming to bring Yuri's
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back and thank you. I hope you enjoyed lunch. I hope that you had productive discussions and you were able to digest a lot of the information that we had. Of course, this is the toughest part of the day because everyone had a solid lunch and it's a big venue. Aircon might not be reaching everyone as it should, so it's easy for the eyelids to get heavy. Luckily, I don't know any icebreakers or anything of that sort, so I will not subject you to that and violate anyone's human rights in the process. But instead, what we're going to do is I'm going to ask everyone to take their seat and let us quiet down a bit because we're about to commence our third panel for the day. And what we're looking at is, and I just want to make sure that I am actually on the correct panel. Yes, I am. AI, also known as artificial intelligence, challenges and opportunities for socio-economic rights and local government. And chairing this session would be Eric Mokonyana. Now, Eric Mokonyama is the provincial manager for our Mpumalanga office at the South African Human Rights Commission. And also participating in this one will be Dr. Vincent Mzazi, who is a senior lecturer and South African research chair at ICT4D flagship at UNISA. And then, of course, Dr. Michael Gastro. He's also with the HSRC and the Presidential Task Team on the 4IR, so probably one of the people to speak to in expanding the definition of 4IR and the impact that it would, of course, have, especially in relation to socioeconomic rights. And then Yuri Ramkisun, who is a senior researcher in the socioeconomic leg of the South African Human Rights Commission at our research department. So these are our speakers for the day. I'm sure it will be engaging. And as per usual, as you know, they would present. After that, you would have an opportunity to interact. I think a warm round of applause would do. Over to you, Eric.
Good afternoon, everyone. If everyone could just settle down so that we can start with our session. Firstly, I want to acknowledge commissioners from the South African Human Rights Commission who are here, the CEO and the COO of the Human Rights Commission as well. I want to acknowledge also everyone who is in our midst from different sectors and different organizations. We really appreciate your presence. Also acknowledge the panelists here, Dr. Vincent Mzazi, Dr. Michael Kastorov, and my colleague Yuri Ramkisun. As Gashal was saying, you know, we are from lunch, but we still will have to do our best. The session we're going to be having now is very close to my heart because I think the challenges of socioeconomic rights are at the heart of the inequalities we are experiencing in the country. And artificial intelligence, it's not a new phenomenon. We have heard from the previous sessions, panelists made attempts to define what the fourth industrial revolution means or what artificial intelligence means. But, all we know commonly is that it's not a new phenomenon. And I think what is new or what is interesting is how, as society, we're going to be applying it and using it for the sake of ensuring that we access and we enjoy our socioeconomic rights. Especially thinking of what my brother Victor Khumeswana said in the first panel in the morning, that resource-wise in South Africa, we have an abundance of everything. And I was kind of contrasting that with the reality that we face on the ground, that every time there are socioeconomic rights challenges in terms of access, you are thrown with a defense which says, there are not enough resources to enable us to enjoy our rights. And maybe, thinking of how most of the socioeconomic rights are framed in the Constitution, that they're subject to progressive realization. There was an acknowledgement that this will be an area which will be enjoyable or will be enjoyed subject to resource availability. So I'm hoping that as the panelists engage, they will kind of unpack some of these realities in terms of challenges which artificial intelligence is likely to be bringing into the picture in terms of access to socio-economic rights. Overall, we hope, or I hope, that the panel will discuss and develop insights into the role of artificial intelligence development, share with us what its challenges are or will be, what opportunities will it present in terms of access to socio-economic rights. And for me, it's even more in relation to government. I see the program speaks to local government. As far as I'm concerned, this should be looked at even broader, and I'm hoping the panelists will unpack that. Very often we look at local government as if government begins and ends at local level. But local government is just an extension of national government. If national government is not able to provide guidance and support to local government, you cannot expect miracles from local government. So what will be the challenges? What will be the opportunities to us as society, to government, and to business? So one is looking forward to having a sense of input around challenges and opportunities for socio-economic rights and government as well as business. And at the end of the session, hopefully we'll get inputs around how the Commission can be assisted in terms of the role it's expected to play in terms of the Constitution in advising government around socio-economic rights. So without further ado, I'm going to give over to the panelists. But there is a saying that women first. So I'm going to be discriminatory on the basis of gender, but this is going to be a fair discrimination because she's the only woman sitting in the front. So I'm going to give over to my colleague Yuri Ramkesun for her inputs. Thank you.
Thanks. That needed some serious lowering. Can you see me? Sorry if you can't. As Eric indicated, I'm Yuri Ramkesun. I'm from the Human Rights Commission. I'm the head of the Economic and Social Economic Rights Unit within the Research Department at the Commission. So just by way of an introduction, I think it's important to acknowledge that there isn't much doubt that the Fourth Industrial Revolution and its associated technological advancements, such as artificial intelligence, have the potential to drive growth and to assist with the alleviation of poverty in South Africa and the continent as a whole. This can be done in myriad ways, which is what I will be looking at, which will allow Africa to benefit from the changing technological landscape in unprecedented ways. But caution should still be exercised on a continent where in each country less than 20% of the population have internet access. In South Africa, in particular, approximately 54% of people have access to the internet, but even this access is quite limited because it's via mobile phone. So of the internet users in the country, 70% of South Africans access the internet via mobile phones. So this presentation will focus mainly on the positive and negative impacts of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, particularly on economic and social rights, with some concluding observations. So there are myriad ways in which the technological advancements associated with the fourth industrial revolution can assist with the realization of economic and social rights. I'm going to present some selected examples and the way in which this can happen. And it's not in particular to artificial intelligence, it's more in relation to the technology associated with the fourth industrial revolution. So if you look at education, for example, the ways in which technology from the fourth industrial revolution can positively impact on the realization of the right. Massive open online courses. So a massive open online course is a course aimed at unlimited participation, and it's done via the internet or the web. And it's quite a unique way of reaching people in different countries, in different economic classes, students or people who are not necessarily part of a university, almost like an e-learning course. It's been quite prolific, particularly from universities in developed countries, but also we've had influx of colleges opening, particularly to get out these open courses to people, to the population. We have smart boards. Smart boards are interactive whiteboard. For those of you who don't know, they're like fancier versions of a blackboard. They can project images. You can interact with it by writing on it, moving around images. So it basically allows teachers to show subjects in a way that students can understand better, and it's connected to a computer and a projector. So it's quite a dynamic way of learning. In South Africa in particular, we've had quite extensive challenges with the delivery of learning and teaching materials, particularly to outlying provinces. So Eric, who's chairing the session, your province would be one such province, and Limpopo in the northwest, where monitoring has shown that there is non-delivery of LTSM materials. So using e-learning materials, that's one way in which the dissemination of information can be overcome and be a positive impact. In terms of health, there have been examples where there's diagnosis using technology, and this is particularly important in areas that lack access to professionals or capacity or skills, rural areas, peri-urban areas, outlying areas, particularly local government in rural areas, so not at a provincial or national level. So that's one example. 3D printing has the potential, 3D printing is one of the technologies that has the potential to impact greatly in the field of health. So 3D printing can be used for the development of new surgical cutting and drill guides, prosthetics, as well as the creation of patient-specific replicas of bones. It's even been used in some cases for trials of organs and blood vessels. In fact, blood vessels have already been used. And recent advances of 3D printing in healthcare have led to lighter, stronger, and safer products, and reduced times in which these can be procured. In terms of social security, digital identification systems for the disbursement of social grants can assist greatly. These can eliminate duplicates in that you don't have more than a person collecting more than one of a specific type of grant. It reduces fraud and leakages in some cases, and it has the potential to reduce corruption depending on how it's implemented. So one such system is in India, where they've rolled out what's called the Aadhaar system, and they use SIM cards in India, where you are able to access your grant, but you'll also be able to access an additional bundle of services. So in South Africa, there has been a move by the Department of Social Development, Department of Health, and the presidency to consolidate the social security system because many of them they're quite fragmented. So you've got the indigent policies, you've got services by the Department of Health, you've got services by SAHRC and so forth. You've also got free water and sanitation. So to consolidate this, one of the ways it can be done is by the use of SIM cards, smart cards, and so forth. Okay, this isn't moving, sorry. Yeah, technology. It seems to be. Do I just use this? No. So it's moving here, but not on the screen at the top. See? Okay. Sorry. I saw something move there. Just open it again, okay. Okay. In the area of food and agriculture, early pest and disease detection has been done to significant success. This uses drone imagery of plots used for agriculture and artificial intelligence. And there's actually an emerging South African company that's pioneering this technology. They call Aerobiotics, where they use drone imagery to take images of agricultural land. They can then indicate to you where to plant specific crops, when to do this, if the area looks diseased or contaminated, and they can give you a full sort of diagnostic report in relation to your agriculture needs. Another way in which technology can be used in food and agriculture is to support emerging farmers using databases with assistance from the state and the private sector. So you can provide agro sort of support to emerging farmers who lack the necessary skills and capacity, and it can be done on an ad hoc basis because you have the information at your fingertips. So the same can be potentially done for water and sanitation to allow for better tracking of service delivery and for land use planning. We have had significant challenges in relation to service delivery of water and sanitation, but particularly in schools. And each time we do approach the Department of Health to ascertain their how far they've gone with relation to their sanitation rollout, they are always doing new audits. And that takes up significant resources, it takes up significant time. So using technology to map out areas of concern or areas where there's a lack of water and sanitation, particularly in schools, will be an invaluable tool to the realization of that particular right. Land use planning, in addition, using drone technology, you could do land use mapping, looking at the type of land use and ensuring that appropriate uses of that land are made. This is particularly important at a local government level where service delivery is historically extremely poor, particularly in outlying areas and rural areas. And this is mainly due to a lack of capacity. Even when there is capacity, there's often a problem with the lack of skills and management systems. In terms of the right to environment, technology obviously can be used for encourage clean technology and reducing emissions. So this has been in development for many years now. It's been a few decades. The problem here obviously is the implementation of such technology, which is an additional problem, but we'll come to that. There are algorithms that are being pursued to encourage smart, sustainable choices. So when you're doing internet shopping, for example, many people in the US at the moment will say, Alexa, buy me a lipstick from Amazon, right? There are algorithms to say, to promote sustainable choices. So environmentally sustainable, but also fair trade choices, socially sustainable, and so forth. There are also, the climate modeling has come a long way in the last 3 decades using new technology, which can more accurately predict the impact of climate change. And this is particularly useful in sub-Saharan Africa, which will be, we now know, probably the worst hit by or impacted by climate change. And then obviously renewable resources. So there are negative impacts of the 4th Industrial Revolution, and many of these have been spoken about, so I may repeat it, but just bear with me. So firstly, the ethical issues, something that Rachel does speak a lot about. So the inherent biases in the information, such as discrimination. The ethical issues exist because machine learning is based on existing information as opposed to new scripts or parameters or new coding. And so the inherent biases will be built into machine learning. And a perfect example of this would be studies that the Commission, and Commissioner Amirmia in particular, is looking at, where banks give preferential rates to white customers or poorer rates, interest rates, to non-white customers, particularly black people. So if you take all of their decision making and just load it into a machine learning system, that those race discrimination is going to be loaded in with that, gender discrimination as well, and that will be quite problematic. Privacy, the widespread access to personal information can be quite scary for many, and how that information is used, particularly the unethical use of such information. So an example of this would be the CPS and SAHRC debacle, where biometric information was provided by grant holders to the parent, the CPS company, and that biometric data was then abused to sign on for other services which they were built for. We also then found that that biometric information was shared with the parent company and other companies, and that's extremely worrying. There is a real possibility of growth in inequality, both nationally and globally. So nationally, unless we upskill people to take on jobs, and I'll speak a bit about job losses in a moment, but take on jobs after job losses and to use the technology that we are talking about. And unless we ensure the provision of the technology, then we're going to experience a large proportion of our population falling way behind, particularly the middle class and the elite. Globally, we talk about what a winner-takes-all economics. That will ensure that countries like the US and China have access to all the information that is required for IR technology. So if we just look at Facebook, which one of our speakers spoke about earlier, Facebook has 2.5 billion users. Twitter has 330 million users. Instagram has 1 billion users. WhatsApp has 1.5 billion users. These are all US-owned companies. We then have WeChat, which has over 1 billion users, and TikTok, which has over 1 billion users. And TikTok reached 1 billion users faster than any of the other social media platforms before it. and those are two China-owned companies. So there's a real risk of a concentration of information within specific countries that developing countries do not have access to. And then finally, learning outcomes. So another speaker mentioned this previously. In South Africa, we have extremely poor learning outcomes. Reading for meaning, those outcomes are poor, but also our maths learning outcomes are quite poor too. So anything that requires a person to be adequately skilled to be employed or study further in the IT field, communications field, technology field. So until we get our education system right, we are going to battle with employing people in this field. Okay, it's doing it again. Let me just, sorry. It just doesn't move, so. Yeah, okay. So this is taken from a book called AI Superpowers, China, Silicon Valley, and the New World Order by Kai-Fu Lee. And it speaks about job losses. So this first graph refers to jobs in the physical sector. So sort of jobs where you use your hands more than sort of professional careers. So if we look at the vertical line, at the bottom we have asocial jobs, so where you don't require much human interface, versus social jobs where you require a high level of human interface. And then this is low dexterity or skill in a very structured environment, so example, an office, versus high dexterity in an unstructured environment, which is more skilled and very unstructured, meaning not necessarily working in an office, quite flexible working environments. So you can see that the people who are most at risk of losing their jobs are in this danger zone. So they are generally unskilled workers that work in a very structured environment. People who work in fast food outlets, like a fast food preparer, a restaurant cook, garment factory worker, dishwasher, fruit harvester, truck driver, and so forth. And the people on the right are people who their jobs won't necessarily be imminently in danger, but slowly they could be replaced by technology. So these include house cleaners, plumbers, taxi drivers, home and construction or finish workers, night watch security, aerospace mechanic. These, because they work in a more social environment, are less likely to be replaced in the short term, but we're talking quite long term. They are still slightly at risk, and this area will be in the safe zone, obviously. So caretakers, areas where you require quite a high human interface. This speaks to jobs that are more cognitive. So again, the graph works in a similar fashion. And if you look at those that are in the danger zone, radiologists, personal tax preparer, customs service rep, basic translator, and so forth. And these are in the medium term at risk. Artist, scientist, that's me, medical researcher, graphic designer, and so forth. These are at risk maybe just in the long term, but they probably won't be completely done away with, but some part of their job could be replaced with technology, and these are in the safe zone. So something like a social worker or a psychiatrist, where a high level of human interaction is required. So if we're looking at job losses, and if we look at the job profile of South Africa, we can see that those who are in the danger zone, even in the previous, diagram, the majority of unskilled, labor fall within those areas. Okay. So just to end off, I've got a few concluding observations. Digital access, we must remember, goes beyond just access to technology. It's also about meaningful access, agency, autonomy, and social support to enable that access. And it's important to note that countries, particularly in South Africa or in Africa, must develop a good set of complementary policies, both for business and government, to reap the benefits of these technologies. I can't stress this enough. As an advocate for economic and social rights and someone who's dedicated my life to alleviating poverty and inequality, the hype of the fourth industrial revolution must never detract from unfinished business, which is redress for inequality, poverty, and creating the preconditions for an inclusive digital economy and society. So a keynote speech of the US-based futurist George Freeman at the first Fourth Industrial Revolution Summit, which was held in Joburg earlier this month, he pointed out quite articulately that South Africa actually needs to take a step back to the third or even the first and second industrial revolutions for answers on how to lift a quarter, I think it's more, of its population out of unemployment and despair. Instead of trying to skip these phases that the developed countries such as US and China and Japan have already underwent, South Africa needs to place more emphasis on, on getting the basics right. So addressing the reasons for the poverty and institutional failures, policy and institutional failures, and proposals on how these might be overcome. This is essential to laying the foundation for a more equitable society, and then we would be ready to embrace the fourth industrial revolution. So essentially, we need to fix what's broken, but without falling too far behind, because we don't also want to miss the boat in this. And importantly, I think 3 people have said it already, it must be one of the most important points, is that we must ensure accountability measures for the private sector as well, so not just the public sector. We must ensure these are strengthened and enforced. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Yuri. Maybe I can now confess why I gave you preference, other than wanting to be discriminatory. It is also because you had indicated that you wanted to leave early?
Yeah, but I have to wait for the...
Okay, all right. Because of this special panel having the complete set of speakers compared to the 2 other panels which were one shot, we're going to have to rush, and I'm going now to move over to Dr. Vincent Mzazi, and maybe when they're done with their presentations, then we can take questions for all of them at once. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Session Chair. I wish to acknowledge you, and I wish to acknowledge you all present here in the venue. My talk is from the perspective of a research group at a computer science department of a university, that is UNISA. Just 2 remarks on preceding speakers from earlier sessions. First to Angelo. In his talk, he explained to us about the ideologies of various social projects. In my talk, I hope to give the perspective and the practice of a field called ICT for D. To Victor, that's my second remark. I also know about Kibera in Nairobi, that they told us about, and the type of setting that it is. I haven't been there physically, but in a book of edited chapters that was published by myself and my colleagues from ICT for D group at UNISA, there is a chapter that is about an ICT project that was implemented at Kibera in Nairobi by a social entrepreneur there. In the discussion, in the panels of our seminar, the term 4IR is under discussion and dissection. There are also other terms that were introduced, or other terms that are there, such as information society. From Chanel, we heard about the third industrial revolution. We're talking about the fourth industrial revolution, but in fact there's also a third industrial revolution before that one. And then there's the field of ICT4D among these terms. ICT4D is a subfield of the broader field of ICT. Ourselves, as ICT4D flagship at UNISA, we are also reassessing our role in the face of the advent of the fourth industrial revolution. ICT4D was there before 4IR. We've been there longer than the concept 4IR. We're also trying to understand the challenges and opportunities in 4IR. As I mentioned earlier, my talk will be from an academic department at a computer science, from ICT4D research group perspective at a computer science department. ICT4D, excuse me. ICT4D flagship is one of 5 flagships in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology at UNISA. The other 4 flagships are Green Energy for Africa flagship in the IDEA Institute, Catalysis Reactor flagship in Chemical Engineering Department, Topology flagship in Mathematics Department, and Online Distance Learning flagship. The flagships have been allocated according to the key areas which have been identified by the management of the college as having strategic importance for our country. The focus of ICT4D is on the area of application of ICTs in the development agenda of the country. ICT4D flagship has a track record in the college. It was established in 2013. Its first chair was Judy, in the first photo. She was the chair for 3 years. From 2016, Hosanna took over the second photo, and his term ended in 2018, and we are now in another 3-year cycle, which will end in 2021. The flagship is involved in 4 areas of activity. These are innovation, research production, seminars and colloquiums, and community engagement. The first area of activity, innovation, falls under Objective 2 of CSET College. The other flagships are also involved in innovation. For instance, the Green Energy for Africa flagship is involved in development of equipment for generation of renewable energy. In our cases, ICT4D flagship, we're involved in 3 software development projects. The first one is an ICT4D knowledge portal. The second one is an e-health decision support system led by myself. The knowledge portal is led by Judy. And the third one is a mobile app development project led by Hosanna. In the first 2 projects, there are prototypes which have been developed, and initial piloting of these prototypes has been completed. We hope to make further advances in these projects over the next few years. In terms of research production, members of the flagship produced 7.25 research output points in 2018. This was about 13% of the total research output in the School of Computing. We have several strategies for maintaining and producing research outputs, such as the edited book of chapters that I talked about. We plan on having a special edition for an information systems journal, as well as participating in an international conference called IDEA that will be hosted by UJ ICT4D Group in 2021. In terms of seminars and academic meetings, the flagship has had a number of events over the years. We've hosted researchers from throughout the world, for example, Robert Davison from City University of Hong Kong. We've hosted Grandon Gill from University of South Florida in the USA, among others. We also attend events of other research groups in the university and outside of the university. In terms of community engagement, we're involved in a hackathon of the socially relevant computing group of our school, and we are participating in the Teen Geek project, and we're involved in a collaboration with a development agency in Mpumalanga province, in Dr. J.S. Moroka, a local municipality. So that's part of our community engagement. Okay. Now, on to opportunities. Interdisciplinary research. I view interdisciplinary research as one of the opportunities for ICT and for IR. For instance, my area of specialization is health informatics, right, which is an area which involves information systems and computer science. I have qualifications in public health as well as computer science. This field has a number of opportunities for use of ICTs and for IR technologies. I think as Yuri outlined in a presentation, just to mention a few others. I've mentioned the decision support system. There are systems for medical prescription. We've also got patient systems that can assist patients to interact and be proactive with their health. And there are systems for addressing issues pertaining to non-communicable diseases. Yeah. Right, as I've said, interdisciplinarity is one of the big opportunities for ICTs and for IR. The question of where ICTs are used, I've answered that one already. In our department, there are many students from other schools in the college and the university as a whole who are registering for computer science and information systems courses. I've come across a number of engineering students who are registered for computer programming. There are a number of students from chemistry, from physics, from biology, who are all registered for computer programming courses and other courses in our department. In terms of successes of the systems, there is potential for many of them, but in our country, implementation is still limited. In terms of other challenges, there are challenges of resources and personnel, our context being a developing country. Further, there are challenges such as standards of information exchange, challenges of system interoperability, and challenges of ethical and legal issues, some of which have been highlighted in the previous panels by other speakers. All these need to be resolved before acceptance of these systems. Okay, 1 minute, noted. Okay, in terms of this research that I've said is an opportunity, it also has a limitation most of this research is focused on technical feasibility of the systems, rather than issues of sustainability and issues of equity and social consequences of the systems. So this is a challenge for the research opportunity. In conclusion to my presentation, I would like to say that the field of ICT4D is one of the fields that can take part in the dialogue on ICTs and 4IR on the side of the communities and be part of groups in society that are promoting the integration of issues of equity and human rights in ICTs and the 4IR. So as ICT4D group, I would like to give an invitation to all of you here in terms of collaboration opportunities. As I've mentioned, in the computer science department, the focus has been on the technical issues. So there is an opportunity to now integrate the issues of social rights, equity, and human rights, so that the engineers who develop the systems that are going to be truly beneficial to the society. Thank you.
Very important closing point, Doctor, because really we are more interested in how social and economic inequalities will be alleviated. Without further ado, let me call onto the stage Dr. Michael Kastrov to address you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope we're still awake despite the lack of coffee following our lunch break. It's not easy. There was Coke Zero. And thank you all for coming here to this important event in which the world of the so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution intersects with the world of human rights. And I just want us to pause and think about the significance of that at this moment in time and in this place. It's been a fascinating day, and I've really enjoyed some of the sessions. We've had a lot of a discussion about the ideology and narrative of the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and we all know there's politics attached to it, and this is a kind of around the braai with a beer kind of discussion that could go on for ages, because it's such an interesting topic, and it's critical that we have those debates. But at the same time, the technology continues, and I've got a saying when there's this kind of disjuncture: tech happens. It happens whether you agree with the ideology or not, and it happens whether you discuss it around the braai or not. And the tech is happening, and it's live, and it's often much bigger than we realize. So I'm going to just go very briefly into what artificial intelligence is, because we haven't really surfaced that specific issue. And what it is, to me, is a kind of iceberg, where what's visible is a tiny little tip, but there's a huge bulk under the surface that we don't see. It's usually back-end stuff. Firstly, the commonly understood definition of it is the application of neural network-based machine learning and deep learning systems. There are broader definitions, there's contestation of the definitions, but what we're really talking about are neural networks that convert large data sets into use cases that add some form of value. And what we normally see as consumers is the very, very tip of that. We know that Facebook sends us pizza adverts when we walk past a pizza restaurant. We know that Netflix sends us things that it thinks we want to see. We know that Siri can talk to us almost like it's a person. I know my own children have long conversations with Siri and think it's hilarious. But the applications that we don't see are really numerous and diverse and are changing lots of sectors in ways that aren't visible. And some of them have been raised. There's finance, stock market and derivative trading is mostly done by AI. There's health applications, agriculture, social media. It's intelligence services, security, military, climate change modeling, research and development. Facial recognition systems work in all kinds of security systems, in the education system. It's everywhere. It's part of a geopolitical contestation in which China, Russia, the US, other players are trying to outdo each other in this space and use it to get leverage both economically and in the kind of more hard military and intelligence spheres. It's all over the place. And when we talk about not just the fourth industrial revolution broadly, but AI, we're talking about a lot of things. So this raises the question, what does it mean in terms of human rights in South Africa? And the first thing, I think, is we need to take a hard look at what exists and what's possible. So all these things are existing, but a lot of these systems are based offshore. When consumers are exposed to artificial intelligence in the form of social media, that stuff's happening in Silicon Valley. It's not happening here. But there are things happening here. There's research and development. There's a strong push to develop capabilities in this country to roll out AI use cases in all kinds of different niches. The SAHRC is busy there. The University of Johannesburg, other universities are busy building what's needed. And there's not always a clear understanding of what it is that's needed. I mean, one of the critical messages that come out is that we don't need to develop artificial intelligence from scratch. There's off-the-shelf systems. We need to train people to take off-the-shelf systems and apply them. That's quite a big jump. One is research, one's development. We need to make these kinds of distinctions. In any case, I thought if we're going to think about AI and human rights, let's think of it from a human development point of view. In what way can AI really push the human development agenda and lead to the fulfillment of human rights through that? And there's a whole bunch of other positive and negative human rights issues that come out. So I decided to take a look at what the multilateral institutions have to say, because there's been a lot of talk and a lot of writing and a lot of thinking about this. So we can look, for example, at Canada's International Development Research Centre. They've published an agenda for AI and human development, which I think we need to take a look at. So the agenda proposes ways to harness AI for development benefits, and it covers all kinds of domains: healthcare, public sector service delivery, agriculture, education, economic development, and it flags a whole bunch of challenges and risks. The challenges include institutional capacity. So you can have all the kinds of big dreams about AI, but if your institutions are not sure what it is, don't know how it works, not sure how to regulate it, you're not going to get very far. There's a lack of infrastructure, which we're all aware of, and skill shortages. The demand for AI specialists radically outstrips the supply, and you can't ignore that. There's some risks. The potential for bias, which we've already flagged, is serious, and I think it pushes a very sensitive spot, which is deeply troubling in our context. And there's serious players in this field in South Africa that have gone through airport security and been bounced because they're black. And this is despite the fact that they're professors of artificial intelligence. And this kind of thing is an analogy for the type of dysfunction that we're talking about. There's the loss of privacy, which we've discussed, right? All AI depends on big data, and it often depends on personal data. Sometimes it's machine data, it's drawing from the Internet of Things. Often it's busy sucking up our personal data, processing it offshore, monetizing it, and using it to sell stuff to us, which is a pretty offensive use of data, in my opinion. There's risks to democracy. I don't know about this country, serious risks in the US and Eastern Europe, where you can use AI to construct micro-targeted messaging based on big data analytics and swing an election from the left to the right to suit your agenda. No one really wants that, unless, I guess, you do. And there's automation-induced job loss, which is a serious thing. If you replace a person with an AI, that person can lose their job. There's tax revenue loss, cybersecurity issues, cybercrime issues. These are all within remit, and each one of them merits serious reflection from a technical side and from a normative assessment of human rights issues. Then the IDRC goes on to identify issues that are specific to the global south, a term which I do not like, but that's the term they use. Firstly, there's the potential for the benefits of AI to be unevenly distributed. So the middle class are already positioned to benefit more from these kinds of things than the poor. There's a potential to reproduce social marginalization through bias, through differential access, through differentials and capabilities. And there's potential for surveillance that leads to a loss of privacy and to disproportionately affect marginalized populations. And there's also the black hats, the potential for predatory actors to foster crime, social discord, political unrest. All this can be enabled through AI, both from the good guys and the bad guys. And all of these things merit reflection. In any case, the IDRC include a AI research agenda and set of recommendations, which they say are for building infrastructure and skills for inclusive and ethical AI. And there's some broad things. We don't have time to go into all the details, but the broad categories in which these recommendations fall are firstly, support programs to build AI expertise in government. Until government has a firm handle on what this thing is, how it works, the technical parameters, it'll be really difficult to regulate. You can't regulate in that kind of vacuum. Then foster local capacity to lead the design, development, and deployment of AI applications. In other words, we can't be continuously way behind the technological frontier. We have to take the steps to move towards it. Otherwise, we'll be prejudiced. Then develop and test cost-effective approaches to build relevant AI skills, particularly among women and marginalized populations. And I'm going to get back to that issue towards the end of this. Expand access to data and computing resources, and study the benefits and risks of open AI. Then there's a long list of multilaterals that have spoken about this. I'll mention briefly the USA's Center for Data Innovation, which has informed American policy. There's 40 recommendations for policy measures, which I'm not going to go into all 40, but again, there's 5 main areas. Again, support access to data and skills and publicly funded R&D, and these debates are going on in government. In what ways are we publicly resourcing research and development in AI? Accelerate public sector adoption of AI, which is another discussion in South Africa, including for national security, and that is also a discussion in South Africa. The NSA, the SSA are probably watching us. Encourage AI development in industry through sector-specific AI strategies, and this is also under discussion. In other words, the concept right now is to develop the skills in a way that's linked to sectors, because the kind of applications are fundamentally different if you're talking about medicine or cybersecurity or agriculture. And that's the kind of direction. Support digital free trade policies, and provide workers with better tools to manage AI-driven workforce transitions. I mean, that's just a euphemism for trying to mitigate unemployment, but it has to be done. There's also the OECD, which has principles on AI, which have become adopted both by the OECD countries and subsequently more or less unchanged by the G20. So these are the most commonly accepted principles of AI globally. And they're designed to respect human rights and democratic values. That's one of the basic tenets of the OECD. It's a club of countries that like to self-describe themselves as democratic. And there's a bunch there, and I'm going to stop listing things shortly. AI should benefit people and the planet by driving inclusive growth, sustainable development, and well-being. I mean, this sounds self-evident, but it's not always the case. It's not always the case that authoritarian states do this. They might just prop up the military and create havoc in other countries. AI systems should be designed in a way that respects the rule of law, human rights, democratic values, and diversity, and they should include appropriate safeguards, for example, enabling human intervention where necessary, to ensure a fair and just society. There should be transparency and responsible disclosure around AI systems to ensure that people understand AI-based outcomes and can challenge them. And that's a tough nut to crack because even developers are not even sure what's happening in a system at all times. AI systems must function in a robust, secure, and safe way throughout their life cycles, and potential risks should be continually assessed and managed. And finally, organizations and individuals developing, deploying, and operating AI systems should be held accountable for their proper functioning in line with these principles. So there's things that governments can do to kind of achieve these kinds of visions. There's investment in R&D, as I've said. There's create ecosystems, which is a language that comes from the MBA kind of school of thought, but it's about the wider system in which development can take place. We need the right policy environment. to develop trustworthy AI. All these things are on the table, and they all affect human rights. It's also necessary, and this is drawing from the World Wide Web Foundation that reflected on AI policy in developing countries. We need to create bridges between developers in low and middle income countries and rich countries. We can't get to the technological frontier on our own. We need to do it in partnership. And on the global sphere, when these discussions happen at the United Nations and the OECD and all these other multilaterals, we need to make sure that developing countries have a seat at the table and have a voice when these global consensus discussions are held. Now, an interesting kind of source of data and ideas about AI in practice, right, if we move away from the political, is something called the Stack Overflow Survey. It's a survey of about 100,000 software developers. It covers a whole bunch of topics, but it covers attitudes towards artificial intelligence. And this is coming from the coalface. And this survey asked developers, who is responsible for considering the ethical implications of AI? And 48% of developers said that ultimately it's the developers that make the decisions. And only 28% of them thought that regulators would have any chance of even playing this role. In other words, the field is so esoteric and the regulators are so far behind the technological curve that it's not going to be the regulators that actually make the decisions. That only the developers really have a chance of looking into that black box and actually have a say in whether there's bias or transparency or democratic process or anything else. And that really gives us pause to think, because it means that if we want human rights to be at the fore, we need to engage not just with policymakers and people in the union buildings and legislators, we need to engage with developers too. Then in terms of the public sector, some of these comments that I've made are relevant to the state, the government as a whole. But in terms of local government, now we're talking mostly about cities. And this is an important discussion because cities are the drivers of the South African economy. And AI has such enormous potential to strengthen the capacity of government to deliver services at the local government level, whether it's security, sanitation, housing, economic development, health. All of these things are spaces where AI has potential to add value, but it will be determined by the capacity and the willingness to integrate the use of these technologies in public sector modernization efforts. So this is government digitization, and it's going to run up against the inherent constraints that are present within local government. And there's debates now going on. You know, there's proponents of the smart city who have a dream about, you know, starting from scratch and building this ideal city, and there's the opponents of it that say it's not a realistic vision. You need to fix what we have and maybe incrementally build from there. Whatever the case is, in each city there needs to be a distinct approach. So if you're talking about Nelson Mandela Bay, you've got to engage with manufacturing and industry 4.0 for that to work. In Cape Town, you need to talk to the ICT sector and the space sector and see if you can develop ICT applications that kind of can add value there. And the point is there needs to be some kind of devolved policy making and in which local government can look at its own context and have some support maybe from national government into making the link between its context and what the potential AI solutions can be. But this is a cultural and a political environment in which there are constraints. You have to have the willingness, you have to have the incentives, you have to have the political culture for this even to be possible. Right? And there's all kinds, the smart city stuff, we've been to Finland and looked at smart cities, and it's all super impressive. You know, you can use it to manage traffic flows and public safety and water and natural disaster management, waste management. You can have electric scooters that are linked to an app. You can do all the stuff, but can you do it here? We're not in Helsinki. So all of those questions are on the table, and I look forward to the discussion. And just in conclusion, in terms of reflections of the role of the Human Rights Commission in the South African environment, it's important to engage with the legislators and the policymakers and other actors to hold them to account, because human rights are not always at the top of the agenda. When you sit in the corridors of power, it's often economic benefit that's at the top of the agenda, and human rights is somewhere further down at the bottom of the page, not as an add-on, but definitely not at the top. And human rights need to be pushed higher up the agenda when policy and law are made, so that we can create an environment in which regulation promotes human rights, in which regulation doesn't drive inequality or violate privacy or entrench bias or drive unemployment. But ultimately, it may all be up to the developers.
Thanks so much, Doctor. Very interesting presentations by the four panelists. I think the first one broadly around the impacts, both negative and positive, of the 4IR on socioeconomic rights. Second presentation on the opportunity which ICT presents to us in the human rights sector to incorporate the two sectors. And the third presentation on what this artificial intelligence means to the ordinary man on the street, and also from a global perspective. And I think what we need to be asking ourselves is whether our government in South Africa, as a duty bearer for these socioeconomic rights, is ready for artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution broadly, whether society as rights holders, we are ready for this development. Is there political will at government level to embrace this innovation? And do we have enough resources? Are our basics right? I think these are some of the questions we need to grapple with. Time-wise, we are right at the end of the session, but I'm going to open up for questions. Oh, so many. We will eat into time for the next session, but I think everyone will bear with us. This was very interesting. Okay. The program director directs me to take three. Okay, maybe I need to take off my glasses to see you. 3 hands. I see 2, 4. You go first, Commissioner. Next is you. Next is you. Every presenter or speaker should speak for 2 minutes, please. Max. Oh, I'm seeing many more hands coming up. Commissioner? Noted. Commissioner, you go first.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'll be very brief. I found this session to be very relevant and cemented the entire discussion, in my view, for today. The fourth industrial revolution can work both ways. It's either it can enhance human rights, the respect for human rights, or it can erode human rights. That's the first thing I'd like to say. So we shouldn't be scared about embracing the change in it. Now, let's just go to something very practical. You know, yesterday, the MEC for Gauteng Education released a report on the death of Enoch Mapianza. it was very sad because of two things. And Commissioner Makwetla mentioned this earlier on about the 4-year thing that happened at Home Affairs. Now, the first thing that we need to understand is that in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, there's a 30-day rule in which the state must respond to every complaint or application. In Enoch's case, the school made an application to the district, and the district did not come back to them within 30 days for that. So every other thing that happened right until the death of Enoch, unfortunately, is a result of an official that is paid by the state that never did his work, that caused the death of that poor child who went out on that excursion. So what am I saying here? I am saying that perhaps what should be happening, we should be using the research institutes like the universities who can develop the framework of a human rights culture that must be embedded within the Public Finance Management Act, which it is, but it's not being followed, coupled with consequence management, and the Human Rights Commission having a mandate to monitor whether the state is doing its work or not doing its work, then can ask the government for consequence management. It happened in Enoch's case, 5 other children passed on in that same venue. It happened at the Isidemi matter, and it goes on, and the liability of the state goes into the billions. Now, if we want to change all that, then we've got to be more responsive to what it is. Now, the last point I'd like to make, you know, the Bill of Rights in the Constitution may sound very innocent, but it's located right in front in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. It's not right at the back in Chapter 15 as an afterthought, because that's precisely why we created a culture of human rights in the Constitution itself. I equate it with like the appendix in the body. As long as the appendix doesn't trouble you in your body, everything is fine. Like the doctor said, you know, but when that appendix erupts, it kills. So this is why the human rights culture was built into the Bill of Rights in Chapter 2 of the Constitution. So that is the food for thought that I think we should also walk away from here. Thank you very much.
Next. Yes, the gentleman.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Mduduzi. So my question is, it's particularly based on education, right? So we are in a state right now, we like into the 4IR, and my question is based on what would make a fair requirement for someone who'd get a job, right? We have a lot of resources. People can actually get to study engineering, plumbing, or like coding online, right? And someone is, okay, for example, let's say if someone is a self-taught programmer, right? They know, they have the knowledge, they've done the work, they just don't have the certification. And then there's someone who's actually went out and get the degree, right, in the computer science, and they're applying for the same job. So my concern is for someone who has, who's self-taught, obviously financial circumstances, but it did make a need to equip himself. So how do we adjust, how do we make a fair requirement where if I'm gonna apply as a Java developer or as a programmer, that it's fair to me just because of I don't have a degree, it doesn't mean I don't need to apply. And how would we be able to regulate that, right?
Next. Final question.
Next was the gentleman at the back.
Great, thanks very much. Dan Fisser from the CSR. I actually wanted to respond more to the panel chair on his questions at the end there. I think it's important to know that the government is doing stuff. That a lot of the things that have been brought up today, I can't outright disagree with a lot of them. I agree very much that there are huge potential advantages of new technologies. There are also huge potential risks with new technologies. But there is political will, there is some movement forward. I work quite closely with the Deputy Speaker, and Parliament has now put together a subcommittee that's looking specifically at the legislative issues around Fourth Industrial Revolution, and they are purposefully going out and learning about what the issues are and what may be coming their way. And that's a subcommittee that involves the Deputy Speaker and a number of either the speakers or Deputy Speakers of provincial legislatures. So from a political will point of view, I believe it is there. Obviously, we've heard a lot from President Ramaphosa, the establishment of the Presidential Commission and what's gone on there, and that will come out fairly soon as well. Through the presidency, we are also now establishing the Fourth Industrial Revolution Centre, the South African Centre, which will look at particularly technology governance and technology policy, bringing together public sector, private sector, and civil society to have a look at these issues. So I know we spoke, I think, in this session around making sure that the right people are at the table and that it's not just government that develops policy and that the developers are also involved, that the people that are applying it and the people that are the end users of these technologies are involved. And that is extremely important. And as an example, the Rwandan example that was brought up earlier, the same methodology was actually applied to make sure that that Rwandan blood transport through drones, that is actually something that can happen, because after their pilot, they were shut down by their own civil aviation authority. And they had to bring all the people around the table to actually get the right kind of policy or governance framework in place to make sure that that program happens and is now saving lives. So we are doing things. In terms of the South African Centre for the Fourth Industrial Revolution, if people are interested in that, please do speak to me. But there are things happening in government. I just want everybody here to know that we're not just standing back and listening and not doing things in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, I hope you don't mind me intervening briefly during your chairmanship, but I'll just ask the panelists to keep the responses short, because we are eating quite a bit into the tea, and we are ending quite late today. So that's my humble request to you. Thanks.
Oh, thank you. I'll speak to the second question. The second question speaks to the item of RPL, recognition of prior learning. Usually recognition of prior learning then involves experience. But I think now with availability of online learning resources, I think it needs to be extended to also include learning that a person did themselves, using MOOCs and such resources. Thank you.
Thanks. Do you want any other questions? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for obviously sitting through this third panel discussion. You will return for the fourth and the final one. It is time for you to have a cup of coffee. So do stretch the legs, get a cup of coffee, get refreshed, because we have one more panel to go. Thank you. Could I just ask everyone to start settling down? I just have two brief announcements to make. The first is to do with parking validation. Because, of course, whoever drove here by car, you would have gotten a little parking ticket. And as you would imagine, it would be quite expensive after the number of hours you've spent here. So you can get a parking ticket as you leave. Our colleagues sitting at the registration table will then give you a validated ticket. So please don't forget to grab a validated ticket on your way out. I'll make the announcement again as a reminder. But in the interim, if you know that for those of you who are here, who drove here this morning, you'll get a validated parking ticket outside. Obviously, if you parked on the premises of the actual hotel. The other thing that I wanted to mention is we have a group from Perfection ICT Solutions. Now, what they will be doing is tomorrow they'll be giving us a bit of a demo of the services and the products that they provide in line with the fourth industrial revolution. So in other words, we're not just talking about the fourth industrial revolution, you can actually see it in action, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly. So I was just waiting for their nod. Because as you can see, I don't have a script. So they will be doing a bit of a demo, but what they will do is tomorrow, just after the tea break, we will give them in the morning tea break, I'll give them a couple of minutes just to give you a brief explanation, a high-level explanation of what they do, but during the tea break and the lunch breaks, they will be doing a demo at the desk over there, next to their banner, just literally at the door, on the right-hand side of the door. So that's where you'll see them. But I think with that, we can get moving on to our next panel, which is a very important one, and I think we have been talking about that today to some extent, especially around issues of privacy, around issues of freedom of expression, because we have this wonderful phenomenon called social media and other forms of interaction via the internet. We have quite an engaging panel that we're going to be able to listen to now. Now, it's chaired by Ms. Fadla Adams, who is with the South African Human Rights Commission. She's from our Cape Town office. Fadla, I don't want to get your title wrong, but with our research unit, at the very minimum. And then, of course, Mr. Samkelo Mokine, who is the Executive Director at the Freedom of Expression Institute. And seated next to him is Mr. William Bird, Director at Media Monitoring Africa. And I see that we were supposed to be joined by Advocate Ziniwe Ntatisi Asare, who is the Director at Digitally Legal. I take it that sent an apology. Thank you so much. So we have the two panelists. The same protocols apply. They give their presentation, and then afterwards, of course, we will open up the floor for questions and comments. But we scheduled to end promptly at 5 o'clock. It's been a long day, an engaging day, but a long day nonetheless. And I'm sure that you would like to depart promptly at 5 o'clock. Over to you, Fadla.
Thank you so much, Gashwal. Good afternoon, everyone. It's always difficult to do the afternoon session. It's the last leg of the day, but I see we still have a relatively full house, so we do appreciate that you are sticking around, notwithstanding the announcement taking place right now about the first coronavirus case in South Africa, if you're following social media. Allow me to start off and just give a very brief overview before we get into the meat of what the presentations are about. And in doing so, provide some context, and this will be partly also my own personal experience in working in this area, albeit for a very long time in my private capacity. So about 8 years ago, I spoke to the then Commission. I've been here for 13 years, but the then Commission about digital rights. And I remember the persons that I spoke to all said, "What are you talking about?" And I said, "We are moving into a digital era. And as we are becoming more and more reliant on technology, we're going to find that rights abuses are going to manifest itself in the online space." my proposals at the time were shot down because, and I remember the exact words were, "We are just not ready for that yet." And perhaps we weren't ready for that yet. And in my private capacity, I continue to work on this in a very quiet way, monitoring and watching from afar, attending UN Internet Governance Forum, speaking then about Spectrum for Development as a means to enable human rights. Coming back, writing about it, speaking to colleagues, and again, because it's not within human rights speak, it wasn't completely understood. Until we had one of our very first cases of hate speech on Facebook. And I remember our then head of legal being completely taken aback and phoning me and saying, how are we supposed to respond to this? Because this guy, apparently the perpetrator had said something about taking a bus and burning white people at a place in Johannesburg. And he wrote about this online. And we were inundated with complaints. And we all sat back, and part of me wanted to say, I told you so. But we had to reflect and look at how it is that we are now moving into an era where more and more we find that rights abuses are manifesting itself in the online space. That people are hiding behind screens, behind their mobile phones to say something that they wouldn't say to someone outright. We find that the international discourse has also evolved quite tremendously from, and again in my own advocacy initiatives with other projects I've worked on, around lobbying for resolutions to be passed at the UN Human Rights Council in Geneva, which recognizes that the rights that we have in the real world apply equally the same in the digital world. But the hardest part has been to try and get that into the minds of the public, and for them to realize that you can't hide behind that screen, that there is accountability, that you can't get away with just saying something and thinking it's okay. So I had actually contributions for each of the sessions, but it's unfortunate I didn't get to give any inputs because I know there were so many questions coming out of the room. But I think for the purposes of our discussion, looking at internet rights and responsibilities, the freedom of expression and hate speech, we find that of late, and my colleague is the expert on equality and hate speech in the Commission, Dr. Chanel van der Berg, who spoke earlier. But we find more so, especially in light of the recent Malema judgment, or the Malema case, as well as Khoelani, where we find that the narrative around hate speech is coming up more and more. And we find ourselves in a position where we need to figure out how do we regulate prejudicial expression, which doesn't then quite tie in with the legal definition of hate speech. So it's a very perplexing time that we find ourselves in, noting the digital divide getting all bigger and bigger, that there are advances in technology, and as a national human rights institution, as the Commission, as stakeholders, as academics, as practitioners, we have to keep up. Whilst all this technological advancements is happening, we also have to be mindful that on the ground people are using the online space to abuse another person's rights. On that note, I'm going to open the panel and start off with Mr. Samkelo Mokine, who is the Executive Director of the Freedom of Expression Institute, and that will be followed by Mr. William Bird. As noted, Advocate Zanyiwe tendered an apology, he was unable to be here today. So I will hand over to you, Mr. Samkelo. Thank you. Do you prefer from the entirely up? For the purposes of the coverage, is it easier if he's at the podium? Does it matter? Okay, so we'll present from the podium then. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. I'd just first like to say thank you to the Human Rights Commission for having initiated this discussions. I think there's been various loose sort of discussions happening, and it sort of ties them up nicely, which in the end, when I come to recommendations, will put them in a very onerous position in terms of continuing these conversations. As indicated, I come from the Freedom of Expression Institute, and our organization is a specialist freedom of expression organization that deals a lot with freedom of expression, hate speech, and the like, and issues around the right to protest. So we would have programs inside the organizations around education, and then we have a law clinic as well that talks to representation and advice, legal advice for communities that are involved in protest work and who want to know what their rights are and what they are not. So in terms of what I should be talking to is how should the digital space toe the line in conforming to constitutional values. I think here the values that we're talking about are values that are around human dignity, equality, advancement of human rights and freedom, freedom of expression, non-racialism, non-sexism, the rule of law and supremacy of the Constitution, and accountability and openness. One of the ways, or the key ways in which I think the digital space should be towing the line in conforming to these kind of values is the issue of consultation. I mean, our organization was requested by Facebook to come and consult on certain issues that they found controversial. They said, how will your organization and similar organization, how would you tackle this? We've got algorithms, we've got this and that, but we don't seem to be getting it right. So I think consultation is useful and important, and the companies that operate in this space should be made to consult, because if you leave consultation up to the companies, sometimes it becomes something that they do at the end, or if they do it, it's almost a tick box issue that we did consult, but it's not meaningful. So consultation is quite important, because some of the issues that Facebook ran into, had they consulted around how these things could be handled, the communities or the people consulted would have highlighted what the important issues are to consider in dealing with these kind of things, instead of getting themselves tied into 15 knots, and only then do they need to consult. So that issue also talks to the issue of policy and regulation, that if the consultations are not adequate, maybe they should be forced through regulation to consult. And through regulation, you are able to infuse, no doubt, some of the values that we've talked about that are there in our Constitution, and whether it's freedom of expression or even issues around human dignity. Then the third one is the issues of rights and responsibilities. And this is a recurring thing, that whoever does something over the internet or wherever, they talk about my rights, but this is my right to do so. There's seldom a highlighting of the responsibilities, and that particular process should be going together, that in as much as we as users have got those rights, there are the attendant responsibilities that come with it. And those responsibilities are not only for the users, they are for the companies that are active in the space. I mean, one of the things that you regularly find are the terms and conditions, that if you have downloaded WhatsApp, and then you get a thing that tells you about the terms and conditions, and if you happen to open it up, it's quite a lengthy, very legalese, very onerous document to go through. And that if we're talking about responsibilities as well for the companies that are most active in this space, shouldn't these companies have a responsibility to make these terms and conditions shorter? Shouldn't they be translating them into local languages for people that can read? And shouldn't, for those that people that are illiterate, shouldn't you be making videos just to outline what the key points of the policy are, so that people can understand that you should be seen to be exercising that responsibility? And you are not just saying, as long as I've put it there, I've ticked the box, whether they open it or not is something else, whether it's in a language that they understand is something else, whether legalese is heavy or not is something else. So there is the additional responsibility when it comes to these companies most active in this space. And one of the things that have been highlighted is the issue of consent fatigue, whereby if you've got a number of apps on various devices, you are constantly having to either consent to terms and conditions, and in all honesty, not many people read them. And after a while, you just get sick and tired of this. You just press yes, 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 and that's the consent fatigue that they're talking about, that this is something that should be pushed back to the companies and say, can you do something about it? People are just not reading what you are putting up. Can you deal with something that is much more manageable in terms of reading, videos to inform, and issues like that. And then the other way in which you must infuse all these qualities is around litigation. That, I mean, in various parts of the world, where you find that these companies are not sticking to certain issues, you go to court, you litigate. So that is something that's a standing option, and that should be exercised whenever the need arises. And then the regulatory framework I've spoken about already. And then on the idea whether it's a responsible and safer digital space is possible, I think it is possible, but it's a lot of work. And it's one of those issues where, because of the danger that it poses, we have to do it, and we dare not fail. And it's going to be constant work in progress, but there's going to be a lot of activism around it. Fadla tried her activism around particular issues within the Human Rights Commission. It wasn't too successful, but I think the trick with activism is that you keep on doing up until something breaks. So that is something that we need to do. And then in terms of the role that can be played by stakeholders, as I said, the Human Rights Commission has started this process. We at Human Rights and at the Institute for Free Expression, we are a specialist organization, and the Human Rights Commission is in a good position to tie all our efforts together, because they do work across the board. And they are in a really good space since they've started the process to continue with it, so that we are not caught complaining after the horse has bolted. And then the issue of communities as stakeholders. We had a consultation on the other side of the Val Triangle, and it was a very insightful conversation with the community, because one of the questions that they asked us is, why do people give people a responsibility without training? I've never had any sort of social media thing on my phone, no Facebook, nothing. And all of a sudden I've downloaded and I sit with this thing. Nobody has told me anything around what I should do, what I shouldn't do, and it's for me to find out. And mistakes are going to be made, or mistakes are going to happen. And this community thought that, I mean, in whichever way the education is going to come, they thought it was quite important that they are not very au fait with social networks, but they see their children starting out, and they would like them to have some sort of direction as to how to deal with these things. And one of the issues that they said is, there are certain values that we hold dear as a community, one of them being respect, one of them being dignity, which are also reflected in our constitution. And they said, some of these things, if we had the chance to interact with our own children, you must treat yourself and treat other people with dignity and with respect. So it's not like you need to have an intense workshop. These are values that we've grown up with. There are some people who don't care about the values, of course, but I think by and large communities are saying that respect for yourself. If you go and post a nude picture of yourself, they made an example. They don't consider that being respecting yourself. So they're saying we need to go back to those values and make sure that, where possible, these companies that own these social media or social networks are able to reflect our own values in these networks that they have. So that was quite important. And with those few words, I'd just like to say thank you and bye.
Thank you so much, Samkelo. Our next speaker is Mr. William Bird, as mentioned earlier, from the Media Monitoring Africa. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, good. I get the wide awake crowd. Excellent. I was going to show you a video, but this is one of the hazards of 4IR. I'm still living slightly behind 4IR, and I've only got one of these little doodahs, not one of these more fancy doodahs. So I'm afraid I can't stick my doodah into their doodah. That's about as good as it gets, right? So I've got at least the post-lunch groan joke through, which is good, because you're all thinking, please, will he finish up and hopefully say something. So I will talk about a few things, I hope, that'll be vaguely interesting for you. Firstly, thank you very much to the Human Rights Commission for inviting us to speak. It's really very cool, and I think this is such an important event, because far too often in these discussions, the whole issue of human rights is just completely ignored, you know. At the moment, when you tend to hear, so I've got to just get rid of these things. When you hear about the fourth industrial revolution, it tends to be used in often militaristic terms. Our minister currently talks about it as being, she's the commander-in-chief, okay? She's the commander-in-chief. Hello, that better? Sorry. She's the commander-in-chief of the fourth industrial revolution, right? There's this whole idea that it's this militarized thing that's going to take us forward and into something that we're not quite sure what it is. Except we do know what it is, right? Which is that the way that it's currently framed is that it completely ignores our situation and our reality in our continent more broadly and in South Africa more specifically, which is that it works for those who have access, it works for the wealthy, it works for the powerful. Right? That's what it's there to do. Fourth industrial revolution is great if you've got a ton of money, you can have the best house, all the best stuff, the best equipment, and you can get everything done for you, and you don't need to even employ pesky laborers to do half your stuff anymore, because you can get robots to do it now instead, right? You've had all of these fascinating discussions, I believe, this morning, which I'm very sad to have missed, but critically among them is this a common idea that this thing is there and we're worried about job losses. What we aren't talking about is the absolute necessity for us to include a rights-based discourse and a rights-based approach to dealing with this thing that is the fourth industrial revolution. And if we don't do that, all we are going to do is simply take us to where we are in South Africa on a deeper and more difficult level to escape from. In other words, at the moment, as this thing is progressing, we're not reaching the democratic potential of having access to the internet. You know, it's disgraceful and despicable and frankly disgusting that where we are and with our resources in South Africa, we're still sitting with half our population who don't have access to the internet. I mean, it's embarrassing, right? And it's embarrassing because, of course, we know that that's the case still for so many poor people in our country who don't have access to water and sanitation and electricity. The thing is I've put those things together because there's a growing recognition that access to the internet is a fundamental right, and I believe this point has been made already today, but I want to make it again. It's fundamental to any democratic society that everyone has access to fast, reliable broadband. None of this, oh, you're poor down there in Africa, so we'll give you a shit version of Facebook. No. Everyone should have the same thing. Just because you're poor doesn't mean you should get something that's not as good as what other people are getting. That's fundamentally inequitable and disgraceful. So that's my first point. Second point is, along with that, and it links to what Samkelo was saying, you know, he said about his device. Digital and critical literacy skills are as essential to these things as we're seeing our government rolling out now early childhood development skills from an early age, right? People need to be able to be given the skills and the ability to engage and make the best use of the internet. How do we know that they're not getting it? Because they're not being able to lift themselves out of where they are and do other things with it. The people that are the ones that have got access to all of these things. The people that are making the most incredible use of the internet are the people who've grown up with it, who've thought about it, who've conceived of it, who've done all of these cool things, right? Your chances of being able to come up with an incredible app, despite you being highly intelligent, without the necessary skills are remotely small compared to someone who's been in a very privileged school with access. They've learned how to code, they've learned how to do these things, blah, 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 right? But critical literacy and digital skills are essential not just because you want to fundamentally address inequality. They're essential because if we're going to get people to understand and engage with our democracy, they have to have those skills. And this is where I was going to show you a cool little video, but I can't now. But the essence of it is you can't trust most of what you see and find on the internet. Or at least you should be skeptical or suspicious of just about anything and everything that you see, even if it's from your own mother. In fact, in many instances, especially if it's from your own mother. Right? And we all laugh because all of us have had that moment where you go, Mom? What? Can you? Oh, there you go. Oh, he got me all excited there for a moment. He said he could switch me over and he was going to plug me in, but no joy and delight there. Anyway, I've lost my train of thought now. Right, mothers. There you go, I'll go back to mothers. So we all laugh because all of us have had that experience where someone in our intimate family setting will send us something where you'll go, oh no, this is a disaster. Or they'll say, but it said I'd won X many million of rand, or it said that I should do this because otherwise I wasn't going to get my SAHRC account approved, or whatever, right? So there are these things that are there, and it's essential to being able to function effectively and exercise your democratic rights. Digital literacy skills are essential for us going forward because they're one of the most effective methods of combating disinformation. Disinformation poses a clear, present, fundamental danger to our democracy and democracies around the world, right? And this is where and why human rights are so fundamental. Because the beauty of human rights, and in fact the beauty of our Constitution, is that it understands that rights aren't these isolated things. They don't exist in and of themselves. You don't just have the right to privacy, you also have the right to dignity, to equality, etc., right? Freedom of association, freedom of speech, you have all of these rights, they're all interdependent. The moment you undermine one, you fundamentally undermine all of them. So when you get these political parties, and we know who they are, who go and attack the media as though they're on their high horse because they're being exposed for something, or even if they're legitimately critiquing a media, but they undermine all media. Go and have a look. There's an orange-skinned lunatic who runs that country just north of our continent. He does this a lot, right? Whenever something bad appears in the media, he calls it all fake news, right? He's fundamentally undermining the American democratic system because he's undermining the right to freedom of expression. He's undermining the ability of people to choose what is accurate, what is fair, and what is true, in many instances, information. So unless we kind of start to take these things on board, we're not going to get anywhere. Now, of course, you run into the problem, and it was highlighted so excellently by our introduction and Samkelo, is around this problem of what do we do about hate speech, which is, you get these people, they'll say, oh, it's like children and women these days. They've got too many rights. That's why our country's in the problem that it is now. Children, we should just go back to being able to beat them because then we wouldn't have a problem with discipline in school. You've heard that argument, right? Utter bullshit. Same sort of thing around gender. Oh, women, they've now got too many rights. They like to think that they're equal to men. Or they now get all the opportunities and us poor men, we have to sit by, right? It's the same kind of moronic logic that that former idiot president of ours had with these ridiculous institutions saying apartheid wasn't a crime against humanity, right? It's the same moronic, stupid, poorly conceived logic. It's just utter bullshit, right? Or disinformation, which is So to define disinformation, it's spreading of false news, the intentional spreading of false news or information with the intent to cause harm. Right? There's a lovely definition for you. It's all over places. So what do we do about it? I've just come from a conference in Cape Town hosted by our own marvelous independent electoral commission, where they invited electoral management bodies from all around our continent. And the dominant view from most of those people is we need to regulate this stuff. The problem is that the moment you start to say, well, we need to regulate, you run into a big problem, because the second thing, well, the third thing actually about this new digital reality is that we can't leave it to the way that it's currently being structured, right? At the moment when we hear these debates, we say, oh, Facebook must do something, or WhatsApp, or Google, or Twitter, or blah, 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 all of these big platforms. Do you think they give a rat's ass about us down here in the bottom of South Africa? No, they don't. Why? Because relative to the amount of the busloads of cash that they're making in North America and in other bigger economies, we don't mean that much, right? It's not to say they're evil, but they're businesses. That's what they do. They make money. That's the reason for existence. Unless we force them to operate in a way that is in line with human rights, they are not going to do so. No company ever in the history of the world decided, oh, we should do these things because we like human rights. Nope. You want proof of it? Look at all of the previous industrial revolutions. The reason we have workers' rights was precisely because mining companies in South Africa, for example, thought that it was okay to send a whole lot of black people down into the mines, and if only 20 came up in the afternoon, well, that's a bit unfortunate, but don't worry, there's another horde that we can just shove down there later in the next day. Right? These are fundamental issues around the fact that unless we force these things to work towards human rights, we aren't going to get there, and I'm very worried that those kind of approaches aren't currently being taken. So if you leave it to the companies, they can't solve this problem, and nor should they. It shouldn't be global companies' problem to deal with our particular challenges that we have in South Africa. Similarly, if you leave it up to governments, all of the international practice shows that you leave these kinds of things in the hands of governments. What are they going to do? They're run by politicians. Politicians are the same all over the world. They don't want to make sure that you can have a lot of criticism. They'll do what governments all over the world do, is they'll try and regulate in a way that says if you say too many nasty things about their leader, prime minister, dictator, emperor, whoever the hell they are, they will make sure that they do that, right? It's the nature of what they do. It's why you have a democratic system. So you can't leave dealing with these things to governments alone. It's also why we have a Human Rights Commission, because there's an acknowledgement when we were founding and developing our new democratic state that you can't just assume that the state will do this because they are good people now and the bad ones are out. States operate in the same way. You have to have critical bodies like the Human Rights Commission, the Commission on Gender Equality, etc., in order to balance these things. So government can't do it on their own, and nor can the companies. Right? Similarly, you can't leave it just up to civil society, because if it was up to us, they'd dish out money to us and we'd all be wealthy and have nice cars and do all of these things. But civil society and ordinary citizens and critical institutions have a fundamental role to deal with it in dealing with these things. So if we then talk about regulation, the biggest problem we have is hate speech in term, I mean, just for current things, just to keep this limited, is if you look at hate speech, it's an incredibly difficult thing to actually define. In our constitution, it's there and it's very limited definition under section 16, right? And it's then still subject to section 36. There's a case coming before the Constitutional Court to be heard on the 7th of May this year. All of you in this room should be very interested in that, because it's dealing with the issue of hate speech and with our current promotion of Equality and Prevention of Unfair Discrimination Act, PAPUDA. Thank you very much. I got there in the end. Thank you, Smell. So that's a very critical case, because it's dealing with just how hard it is to define hate speech. And a lot of us have a default resonance with many of the things, right? There's a certain acceptance in South Africa that the K word is and of itself constitutes hate speech, and you just don't use it. You don't do it. If people use it, there must be punishment and consequences for the way that that is used, right? But there are a lot of grey areas the moment you deal with that. Criminalizing hate speech is a very, very dangerous thing to do, precisely because the criminal justice system is a very blunt tool. And what it does is it takes it away from the very complex and difficult and constantly shifting world of our digital reality, and it places it in the hands of something that moves at the pace of a snail. It's not a critique of our justice system purely, but this is what happens with justice systems around the world. So you can't, so to suggest that you regulate isn't just a bad idea because of how hard it is to define these things and the massive risk that is involved. It's a bad idea because you put it in a system that can't possibly deal with the speed and the pace at which these things develop, and also the way that you need to address the wrong. So if I go and spread disinformation about the Human Rights Commission, I go and spread disinformation about Gershwell today. I say that actually he's a closet Nazi. And I start spreading that about him on Twitter, for example, and it gains traction for whatever reason, because I've got a picture of him standing waving a little Nazi flag. That kind of thing, if he then says, I'm going to sue you, William, and he goes to court and he does these things, it can be 2 to 3 years later before he gets something. And by that time, we may not even be on Twitter. So how the hell do you deal with that, right? There's got to be better mechanisms. Now, one of the answers, and I'm nearly done, I'm sorry, one of the answers is around a co-regulatory system. Now, how do we know that this works? Because broadly speaking, it does around the world in countries that actually try it. It works for our media, broadly speaking. Yes, there are lots of problems, I know this, but if you look at things like the Broadcast Complaints Commission, it's fully functional. The Press Council, it's fully functional. People are not liking it, and for various reasons, and legitimate sometimes, but the fact is it works as a quick and speedy and cost-effective mechanism of addressing harm. We're looking at something that needs to then deal with that in our online world, and something that on the 18th of March, and I'm sorry, this is gratuitous advertising for an initiative we're running. If you look at something called Real 411, it's a platform that we set up that we're hoping the South African Human Rights Commission will be active participants in, where people will be able to complain and report complaints about disinformation. And what will happen is if you see something, if you saw my tweet about Gershwell, for example, or if he saw it, he'd be able to lodge the complaint there. It'll be dealt with and addressed in under 24 hours, where if we look at that and we say this is clearly disinformation, it'll then go to Twitter and we'll ask Twitter, please, this is disinformation, it needs to be removed. And in that way you start to address it, and then we can say we also want you to actually issue a counter to that. And it doesn't stop Gershwell from still suing me or taking other action. It does just mean, though, that there's a mechanism of redress. It's by no means the only answer to these things, but it's an answer to how we start to deal with these prickly ideas. And what I love about it, aside from the fact that, of course, we're behind it, is the fact that it's driven by a human rights approach and a human rights discourse. Because, again, unless we deliberately engineer this fourth industrial revolution and build in the basis of equality, dignity, of freedom of expression, it's not going to be the way and the internet that we want it to be and that we know it has the potential to be. Because at the moment, all it's doing is serving to entrench and recycle all of the dominant forms of power. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bird. I'm just going to quickly recap in terms of what the two speakers have mentioned. And as Samkelo mentioned, that there's a balance and we have to have rights and equally so responsibilities when engaging in the online platforms, and how many of us are actually aware that when we download these apps and they ask for permissions, what it is that you're actually consenting to. So for example, access to your photos, medias, microphone, gallery. This morning I checked out an app and it said basically access to everything on my phone. And I promptly declined. But also the consent fatigue. So in doing so, how many of us read the terms and conditions when engaging on an online platform, and particularly in languages which are not often our first language, where we don't understand the legal technical aspects. I remember at university, it was the first time they introduced internet law, and I was one of the first students to do internet law, and we were exploring terms and conditions, and it was very basic. Now, fast forward many years later, it's so technical that even I as a lawyer can't figure out what they're saying half of the time. So how do we expect the layperson to even understand? And then, of course, how do we hold companies accountable, those companies that do draft these apps and have these platforms available? And how do we use measures like activism to push through on this? Mr. Bird spoke around the militaristic approaches to the fourth industrial revolution, how half the population don't have access to the internet and the essential, the critical need for digital literacy. Yet at the same time, and while he was saying all of these and speaking about the challenges we face online, I got to thinking about, and I won't mention because we are being filmed, a particular news agency that doesn't censor comments. So one doesn't allow for offensive comments, and they're very clear. So you can't comment on news articles. Then there's another one that allows you to comment. And I know that when we have particularly difficult cases in the Commission and we read articles, it is shocking and really actually heart-sore to see the level of hate, discrimination, racism coming through on those platforms, and then how cleverly crafted some of the people are in how they draft it, so it doesn't get picked up. So using words like, they won't say the word, I'm going to say it, sorry, K-A-K, but K@K. Being very clever in how they craft, even when they want to speak about certain racial groups in the country, how cleverly they write it so it doesn't get picked up by the algorithm. So, I mean, just to be aware of that. And then, of course, bringing it into our own respect and dignity and how it is that we engage with others. Also the need to regulate it and how it is. And you know, Mr. Bird, you spoke about these big companies and why should they care. I know particularly for us it's very difficult to get a takedown, if you issue a takedown notice, to get something taken down. Equally as difficult to get a cease and desist order. And how these big multinational companies, I mean, a little country down in the south of deepest, darkest Africa, what should they worry about someone saying something offensive, for example, around a K word being mentioned online, and then asking for that to be taken off. And it takes forever to do so as well. Equally then, the role that Chapter 9 institutions and civil society-based organizations can play. And then, of course, putting laws in place in a system that understands the nuances, the concerns that we face, yet at the same time knowing that our decision makers, our parliamentarians, equally need a level of digital literacy when they pass laws. So it's very difficult. It's very difficult to engage on all those levels when we have this impending fourth industrial revolution creeping in on us. I want to reiterate that you mentioned that on the 18th of March, you'll be launching the Real 411. And 411 obviously being a play on words from the US, there's a 411 and an APB. If you watch enough movies, I get it. So where people can complain about the disinformation and fake news. On that, I want to mention, and because we have the benefit of just a few minutes, that, and I'm going to bring it back to what we're facing currently in terms of the coronavirus, that just earlier, or rather let me say yesterday, I slipped out and went to Clicks in Sandton Mall. And there were two people of Asian descent in the same aisle as me looking at shampoo. And the staff mentioned, and I could see the body language, hey, don't go close. And I stood there thinking, do I say something as a human rights lawyer and say this is so problematic that you are profiling and prejudicing based on your perception and misinformation possibly that every person of Asian descent is possibly a carrier of the virus? And that is highly problematic for me, that we are moving in an era where we have this continual fake news being spread out. Earlier this morning, a joke around that's going around, at least now, more people are afraid of Asian people than they are around Muslims with a backpack on a plane. So those kind of, and yes, it's tongue-in-cheek and it's meant to be funny, but it's also exceptionally harmful for some of our generation and older, I'm not discriminating, but I'll say some of even my older aunties who circulate the fake news thinking it's real and really buy into that narrative that every person who looks a particular way is potentially, for example, a virus carrier in this instance. So I'm going to pause it there and then open the floor for questions. We'll take a round. I know that we are wrapping up shortly. So Kashwal, you have a question? Or okay, so I see 3 on this side. I would like to note that this side of the room didn't get much attention in the first 3 sessions. So I'll start with Kashwal, Chanel second, Rachel. Was there anyone else? The sir in the front, that is 1, 2, 3, number 4. Okay, we'll take the first 4 questions and then we'll take it from there thereafter. Thanks, Kashwal.
I'm going to basically combine, my question is a combination of both presentations, because on the one end you have social media platforms built and developed for the purpose of profit. None of us pay to be on Facebook or Twitter or WhatsApp or anything, but the people who are behind these companies and these companies themselves are worth billions, and that is because they were created to be the world's biggest self-publisher, number one. Number two, the world's biggest advertising platforms, and that's how they make their money. But the one thing is that being the world's biggest self-publisher then means that you aren't in control of what people say, how they say it, and what they do on those particular platforms. And let's be honest, especially in the case of Facebook, it's a reactive issue now, where they're looking at how do they deal with anti-bullying, how do they delay streams, video streams of people shooting people and killing them in mosques in Australia. It's something that it happens after the fact. So unfortunately, I think that at the risk of over-regulating these spaces, where we're telling people what to say and how to say it, as opposed to giving them the freedom of expression, expecting them to then exercise it within the limits, how do we then ensure that these platforms do not become denizens of nothing else but fake news? I mean, the coronavirus issue, I needed to double check. I checked 3 different sources just to make sure that it's actual news and not fake news. Because guess what, it's not the first time that it supposedly hit South Africa in the last week.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Shana van der Berg. I'm the Senior Researcher for Equality at the Human Rights Commission. All right. So, first of all, just to say that we're dealing with a lot more than hate speech. Hate speech is a unique phenomenon, both here and in international law, which does not constitute a limitation on the right to freedom of expression. It's completely excluded because it's so egregious. And we've got hate speech on social media. It's terrible, but we know it when we see it, right? We've got Penny Sparrow, we've got Matthew Tennyson, Valapi Kumalo. All these people had, either had their day in court or their day at the commission. And it was held to be hate speech clearly, and punishment or redress was ordered either by the commission or by the courts. What we're seeing at the commission is expression that does not necessarily cross the threshold of hate speech, but that's significantly prejudicial to South Africa's fragile project of social cohesion. And we already acknowledged this as a commission with our Malema findings in March last year. And we specifically said this detracts from social cohesion. Politicians and public figures should not engage in this type of expression, but it's not hate speech. So what do? We need to self-regulate. So thank you to the 411, and I've checked out the real 411, and I see complaints will be referred to the commission, which is great because we governed by statute and our complaints handling procedures. So, okay. But now we need you guys to come to us, please, on the 25th of March, and I know you split this sector, but on the 25th of March, and I've already spoken to people here, we're going to have the first workshop in a series of engagements to develop a social media charter. And the Commission will facilitate this, but it's got to be grassroots up, and to set terms of engagements or standards of engagement that we all abide by as people in this country who have a vested interest in this country. And we're going to try and set standards for how we engage with each other for expression that's prejudicial but not hate speech. And I think this is very important. So if you haven't been invited, or if you haven't received a save the date, please just talk to me and I'll make sure you're there in the room with us so we can all thrash this out. Because we're going nowhere fast with this type of discourse on social media. I mean, it's go back to the bush, you bunch of savages. And then it's, you know, go back where you came from, white people. And it's just... it's just evolving, you know, the discourse is evolving so rapidly. We need to nip it in the bud. Thank you.
Oh, Chanel, I don't want to follow that, but let me just ask a question. I wanted to pick up on what the 2 speakers said about disinformation, which is the correct term for fake news. just because I think we haven't fleshed it out enough, and how serious effect it can have on our political rights and on our electoral system. So I just wanted to ask about disinformation in South Africa and what we can do to try and work against it when we don't have a high enough level of literacy and understanding, and digital literacy and understanding where information comes from. Thank you.
And then, so in the front row, right over here. Yeah, thank you.
Don't worry, I could see you now, this time. Gashwell Chief, I just hope you've got a resolution committee, ne? Please, because we can't just say things here and then they're not taken forward as we wish to. Samkel, I want you to explain the difference between freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Ne? It's highly technical, legally speaking. I want you to explain that to us so that we can record it and take it as is. Two, in that debate, when I always hear you on radio, there are two things. I want you to explain the difference between hate speech and hate crime. Because if you don't criminalize, yes, no, your time will come, the chair will talk to you. If you don't criminalize one and leave the other, the chances are that case law will not dictate the future of these definitions. It's extremely important. At this point, we are sitting with a situation where we ended up putting the question of killing of persons with albinism through the processes of social media in the hate crimes bill, because we didn't know where to put it. I just said to the Department of Justice, okay, let's put it in the hate crimes bill and see how it goes. But you know that it must be a life sentence. Because this person is being attracted through the social media, they're promised to work somewhere, and they go there and then they get killed because they are persons with albinism. And they end up, their body parts being used for silly things, you know? So we must take this with the seriousness that it comes. Fake news is just fake news. I mean, really, yeah. But let's talk about people's lives here. If we, I want to say this to Ndade Bed. Let's take this thing to the schools and universities and higher education institutions and speak to the relevant people. If you look at the people that are using this type of cyberbullying and harassment, it's a young demographic society. So it's people between the ages of 14 and 35 at the most. So if we don't take it to schools and higher education institutions, and even put it in the life orientation textbook, we've just finished one with the Department of Basic Education and the Justice Working Group and so on. If we don't do it at that level, we are losing our face. And at the point of saying, okay, the development of internet and Twitter and whatnot comes, for me, it becomes more dangerous to actually ignore those developments. We don't have to stick to a charter and then not turn it into law. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions, or are we just going with those four for now? Okay, I'll hand over to the panel. Have you captured everything? Oh, okay, so I don't need to repeat. So I'll... Gosh, well, do you have a mic? You don't have a mic? No, I don't. Okay. So I'm sorry, you'll have to go this way. Both do.
How do we ensure that...
Okay, let me give you a summary. Okay, just for the benefit of our panelists, just to assist them. So the question posed by Gashwal was, how do we engage in the online platforms, knowing that there are issues around, or how do we regulate even around delayed programming where people can go out and it gets broadcast, all these violent criminal acts. Similarly, issues around fake news, verification thereof, and that he himself looked at 3 different websites before confirming. But obviously the social media platforms itself are built for profit. And then Chanel mentioning that we're dealing with more than hate speech, and that it's about expression crossing a threshold on hate speech, but it impacts social cohesion. And then noting that we do have a social media conference happening to look at a social media charter, and that's on the 28th of March, 25th, payday, 25th for some. So let's not forget, please come. You won't forget now. And then, of course, Rachel raising an issue around the disinformation, and which is the real term for fake news, its impact on political rights, issues around elections, and how we can address that. That was a question posed openly to the panel. And then the gentleman in front around the difference, Samkelo directed to you, around freedom of speech versus freedom of expression. And then similarly, William, hate speech versus a hate crime. And then, of course, all the other notes that I saw you frantically taking. So I'm going to, shall I hand over to you, Samkelo? All right, thank you.
Yeah, this is for casual. I think it's just difficult to point out one specific measure that can be taken, but I think the initiative that William is engaged in is going to be but one of the ways in which you can try and address it. And it's at its starting point. It will be very interesting to track it, to track how many or how frequently this is used by members of the public, and how many of these instances of fake speech are actually dealt with or taken down, and as a result, what the change in behavior is. So it's something that for me was very interesting to hear. I didn't know about it, but it's something that needs to be tracked, and we can see whether it changes behavior or not. I really don't have any silver bullet for this one. And then on the issue of disinformation and I think the effect that it has, let me go to the speech and the expression, rather, and then I'll come back to this one if they clarify it. The issue of speech for us involves the communication of information, and it's particular on just the communication. Meanwhile, for expression, we look at it in a much wider context where it will contain both speech and even issues around art and the artworks that are produced, that is issues of expression as far as we, yeah. And then on the other one, I'm just not, yeah. William, okay.
So I wanted to go up there, I wanted to show them something on the screen. So. Okay. Sorry, geez. I'm so sorry.
At least you didn't fall.
Yeah, fun afternoon, yeah. Nearly knocked the poor gentleman off his seat.
Can you
switch the screen on? Hello. Okay, it's not showing here. Do I push the F doodle?
While he's doing that, ideally we should have had a system where you can cast. For those of you that are familiar with casting. So it's a pity we haven't, maybe for the next conference we can add it in, which just makes it easier then to view something if you're able to cast it. Next time.
So, thank you for the point about hate crime and hate speech. I think is a critical one, and that's why I think we certainly as an organisation have been supportive of the introduction of a bill that deals with hate crime specifically, because given our past and given the rise of specific hate crimes, I think it is something that legitimately can and should be within the criminal justice system. When it comes to hate speech, depending on what happens with Papuda, I think that there is some value there certainly in also putting something like that in there. I mean, it's a very hot topic and there's a lot of arguments for and against it, but I understand that the Department of Justice are waiting to see what happens at the Constitutional Court before they start to say, well, this is how we should try and take this forward or not, or in what way we're going to amend that. But Certainly there are very distinctive issues and crimes. Then to Chanel, yes, I completely agree. They're very different things in terms of there's a lot of other digital ills, and the thing that happens most frequently is that the kind of quality of our discourse is devolving, and that we're seeing people who should be our leaders. I mean, we vote for these political parties, right? And these people act more like Mickey Mouse and less like leaders when they go in there and they behave like 5-year-olds, which would be fine if they were 5-year-olds. But they're not. They're adults. And they shouldn't behave like 5-year-olds, right? I mean, that's kind of why we don't have 5-year-olds in Parliament. Because that's what we would expect 5-year-olds to behave like. So, I mean, there are different ways of dealing with that. Gashwell, I think, has got it spot on around how we start to deal with digital literacy. In his own example, he said, here's how you combat it, because he checked 3 times on whether or not this was true. What does that say? It says that as a person, the moment you see something that looks that it's going to stir trouble, that stirs your emotions, it either makes you very angry, very upset, or it confirms your bias or prejudice about a certain group of people. The moment you see something like that, check it against any number of other entities and places, because unless you do, you're likely to fall for those things. That was a tip on how to spot it in your own areas. International practice seems to also be arguing very much in favor of saying that you need digital literacy skills and critical literacy skills built into school curricula. They've been doing this in Finland. It's been integrated into their entire school curriculum. I mean, it's like light years away from where we are as a nation in so many respects. But I think that there are a lot of elements that we can draw from that. And certainly as MMA, we've been working with young people with, I must point out, the big platforms to give them these kind of critical literacy skills. We've been doing this with children from 13 upwards to give them the skills to be able to spot these things. We're also, at the same time, going to be launching a spotters network that if you're interested, I've got some lovely colleagues at the back you can talk to. Then just before I finish this, you raised the critical point around terms and conditions. So we've got this as a site. It's called T's and C's Apply. This is an early version of it. It's a bit rubbish. There's a new one coming in the next 2 weeks, so bear with us. But what we did was we looked at the biggest platforms, and we went and got a lawyer to unpack the terms and conditions. It took a dedicated social media lawyer 3 weeks to understand Facebook's terms and conditions. And when you sign on to those terms and conditions, the version that she was doing, you were signing on to no less than 14 separate policies. Now, none of us in this room can honestly say that they've read even a half or a quarter of those things. So I wanted to just reiterate that point. It's such a critical one in every other sphere of our lives, you know, and we've just seen it highlighted so tragically with the death of Enoch, where people sign indemnity forms. We don't often read those, and those are only a page, right? There's so many issues that our rights are being impacted by this digital fourth industrial revolution that we aren't even beginning to grasp, which also speaks to Gershwell's point about the fact that if you're getting something on the internet for free, it means you are the product. And when you sign on to these things, if you click on them, you'll see that it tells you what exactly you're signing on to and what kind of issues there are there. This, as I said, there's a new version coming, but it's something that we need ordinary people to understand and to think about when you're signing on to these things. And I think, did I address the questions? Oh, the other thing that we haven't really touched on, which is also critical to this, which is impacting all of our lives already, is automated decision making, or people like to talk about it as algorithms that determine things. So one of the reasons media is easy to attack is because there are actual real people behind it, right? So you can go and you can attack a newspaper because there's an editor, there's someone who's at the head of it, who's in charge of it. Social media platforms don't have those things by and large, right? They have algorithms that determine what you get to see. In a newsroom, they're very clever people that sit there most of the time and determine what they consider to be the most important events, and they structure those. They decide them. There's bias there, etc., and all of those kinds of things. But the fact is it's done by real human beings. With social media platforms, it's determined by the algorithm and what they think and what they believe you're interested in. So if you're a right-wing fruitcake, chances are you're only going to see what right-wing fruitcakes think and talk about. And what that means is whenever you log on to Facebook or Twitter, whatever, you're going to see every message, every other message you see is going to be, yep, we hate the blacks, we hate the Jews, we hate the Asians, we hate the Indians, we hate all of these people. We need more powerful white people, as if they didn't have enough, right? That's what you'll see if you're a right-wing fruitcake. Similarly, if you're on the other side of the spectrum, you're likely to see those kinds of things, right? Because the algorithm engineers itself towards to give you news and information that it thinks you want. And what it's really doing is it's automated. It's making decisions for you automatically about what you see and what you're exposed to. And again, this is why this conference is so critical about embedding human rights in that process, to say we need diversity of information. We need to make sure that people understand how those decisions are being made. You can go to any newsroom, you can go and challenge the SABC and say, on what basis is this the head of this the main news item? And there are people there that have to account. They account to Parliament and to you as an audience member. But to Twitter, on what basis am I seeing this? On what basis am I seeing these Facebook posts? It's critical that we understand these things.
Thank you so much, William. And I think we've done quite well for time with only 5 minutes left on the hate crimes, hate speech bill. I want to announce that it must be the universe, or maybe Big Brother is watching or listening. But I received an email and then my phone died, which announced that Parliament has set it down for discussion for later this month, together with the International Crimes Bill for those that are following the withdrawal from the Rome Statute. I am going to thank our panelists. Thank you very much. I think it was quite a robust engagement, and albeit the last session of the day. And then for some of you, even though my phone had died, I was very, very excited. Long gone are the days where you come to a conference and you get a bag and a T-shirt and you're so happy. Now we get a power bank. When I saw that, I said, oh, I got a power bank. That was the highlight for me of the little gift that we got. But then, alas, I didn't charge it, so now my phone is useless. Thank you, technology. On that note, I hand over to Gashwal to do the official closing for now. Thanks, Gash.
Thank you. I think in all fairness, we should say that Fadla managed to chair the most exciting panel for the day. We saw you fall over your chair. But in all honesty, I think that it was a very valuable exercise, and you know, especially looking at social media. And I think if all of us are honest with ourselves in the room, and I think all our presenters, everyone who has spoken thus far, especially about the T's and C's when you sign on to social media sites, we've been very generous in saying many of us do not. I think none of us read it, none, because otherwise all of us would have been honest and said that it takes 3 weeks to try to decipher the stuff. Particularly if you're an expert in the space. So I think that's a lot for us to think about. I think very few of us, and I love it when I hear this from people, where they say, you know what, I'm looking for a new dining room set, and guess what? I saw a new dining room set on Facebook. There's a reason for that. Algorithms, knowing what you're looking for, trying to constantly sell you product. And I mean, these are very important notions. And yes, it's true. My mum is guilty in particular of disseminating a lot of disinformation or fake news. Every day I get a WhatsApp with a new scare, a new concern. And then it's, I mean, obviously we're laughing at it, but it's pervasive. And disinformation is and Brabeni, I just want to let you know, fake news is dangerous. And it's dangerous because it plays a role during elections. It plays a role with certain political movements. People start believing things. And that is why, for example, when Fadla went to the clicks yesterday, people told her to stay away from people of Asian descent. Because now suddenly all of us are experts. We all know that it's because people were eating bat soup, and now that's how we got corona, and therefore we'll all die. And that is very dangerous. So it's just something to keep in mind. But thank you so much for your participation. It's lovely to see the room still this full at 5 o'clock. All the best. Let's get back together tomorrow and enjoy the rest of the day.